Welcome to the Ascend Tournament Series Ultimate Division 3 here. This is the Paradise Cup 3 Ultimate Division Championship. I'm SweatyFC. Joining me here is Lepid and Maxine. Tonight is the first night of 2 and the first night of playoff action. We've got a lot of great matches tonight. 8 teams. After tonight, there will be 6 that will play tomorrow for a chance at a $200 prize pool. Lepid, Maxine. Lepid, how are you doing tonight here? It's playoffs. It's been a couple weeks in the making, but we're here. We're at the final bracket.
Honestly, it's pretty exciting. I can't wait for it all to get started.
Yeah, I know, but we're still 15 minutes away from match start time here, Maxine. How are you feeling? You know, it's been a good couple weeks of matches. These teams have already gotten themselves acclimated to the group battles format. Now that it's turned to best of sevens, the format's changed a little bit, but the teams also get a lot better. It's gonna really take everything for you to win this tournament.
I 100% agree with you, Sporty. Every team that is in this playoff bracket 100% deserves to be in this playoff bracket.
And you mentioned as well, everybody here wants to be here, and I mean, to talk about it, let's talk about the teams that have made it here. This is our final bracket. It is 8 teams, 4 in uppers, 4 in lowers, and how it works tonight is we're going to start in those lower round 1 matches, elimination on the line in those lower bracket matches. The upper bracket teams are not eliminated. They have a second life, so even if they lose today, their run's not over, but they do start in lowers tomorrow, whereas the teams that win will start in the semi-finals, and we'll only have to win 2 matches tomorrow, so everybody here has a chance to make it, but you know, coming into this bracket, Maxine, tell me, is there any teams here that you think we should watch on? Are there any teams here that you think are the teams to beat tonight?
I think there's really 2 teams that you really got to look out for, in my personal opinion. You got to look out for KCG Chaos. They were looking great in the regular season, and they should be looking great in the postseason. Along with them, you know, Vagabond and Serenyx Esports, 100%.
I think these upper bracket teams are all pretty scary here, but Lepid, talk to me. Is there any lower bracket teams that we should focus on? Oftentimes these lower bracket teams don't really get mentioned very much because they have such a tough run to do. They have to win 4 matches in a row, whereas the teams in uppers only have to win 3, and they have an extra life. Talk to me, is there any lower bracket teams here that could go the whole way, could go the distance today and tomorrow, and win this tournament?
Honestly, it just depends on how they play each day. Like 100x Night definitely can take it all the way to the grand finals. They've done it before. And PDF could make it to tomorrow as well. As everyone knows, they can be a little bit iffy on the field in threes, but they always play great against lower level teams, and that's Stryker Vroom's upset potential that could happen there.
Absolutely could be, and you mentioned as well, Knight, the team that just won our ATS Season 4 Pinnacle Cup Division, but it's not our match that starts tonight. Our first match tonight here is Stryker Vroom versus Portable Format Files. So Stryker Vroom, a relatively new team here, a team that wasn't even supposed to be in the top 8 this tournament, actually were the 9th best team going through, but got their spot over another team that dropped out of this tournament. So for Stryker Vroom, as you said, Lepid, they're the true underdogs here. It's a real Cinderella story. They aren't supposed to be here. Do you think there's any pressure on this team because they know they've come to this bracket in a way that, you know, they don't really have anything else to prove? They can only go up from here?
Yeah, there's little to no pressure on them. There's more pressure on PDF to perform and try to beat out Stryker Vroom, which at this point Stryker Vroom is just going to play for fun and see what happens from there.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned well about how they are under very, very little pressure here, but I mean, their opponent on their side, Portable Document Format Files, aka PDF, they're not an unknown team to all of us here as well, making the top 2 in our most recent ATS Season 4 Apex Cup. I mean, Maxine, we were talking earlier and before the stream about how this team is a bit iffy on 3v3 and a bit inconsistent at times, and being able to really push above their weight class. And coming into this low bracket, they did suffer a loss in their matchup to KCG Chaos, a sweep as well. For PDF, I think their biggest issue tonight is going to be being able to play against teams that are rated higher than them. Stryker Vroom are not rated higher than them, but you do worry that if PDF Files don't get off to a good start, they're really going to struggle.
I think that is something you can worry about going into this match. But in that Apex Cup, I had casted their entire bracket. And in a lot of matches, they went to Game 7 after dropping the first 2 or even first 3 matches, and then came in and won. So they could start off bad, but I don't think you should really count them out if they do.
Of course, and you mentioned as well, so scary as well. Again, this is lower bracket, so if they lose, they are out. They'd be playing against the loser of our last match tonight here, that Serenyx Esports Torrent Gelion matchup as well. But I mean, looking at all these matches, we've already mentioned Stryker Vroom portable document format files. Lepid, tonight, is there any matches that do strike out to you? Are there any matches that could be the match of the night that people should look out for? A match that's going to be close, a match that's going to be competitive, or a match that just has good storylines? Talk to me. Is there any matches in this bracket that people are going to focus on? Is it Stryker Vroom versus portable document format?
I don't think it's okay. So Sugar Room and PDF will be a series to look out for. Like it could go either way, in my opinion. But the match I really want to focus on is the Serenyx Esports versus Torrent Gelion, because that could be a dangerous series to see who moves to the semifinals and who goes down to the quarterfinals
Yeah,
against possibly 100x Knight or one of the teams that play in just a few minutes here.
as you said as well here, I feel like, at least for me, knowing both these teams, I just saw Serenyx Esports, such a team with such a high ceiling, but man, their lows are absolutely devastating. And Torrent Gelion have been an amazingly consistent team. They're a relatively new team, but they've already won a couple of tournaments in other leagues, so this is not new to them in any way. So, for now, though, again, what a match this is going to be. But of course, I mean, Maxine, do you have any matches that you think are going to be focused on? I have one match that I think is going to be the important tonight. Do you have any matches that you are looking forward to?
Of course, I'm looking forward to the two upper quarterfinals match, KCG Chaos and 100x Vagabond, and then of course Serenyx Esports and Torrent Gelion. But I think that this match coming up next, Stryker Vroom and PDF, is going to be a really good match.
I mean, I think all these matches are going to be good. This is the top 8. I mean, these are all very good players, so, and they're all fighting for $200 for tomorrow, so it's pretty big. But I mean, if I had to take a match, I would agree with you on KCG Chaos Vagabond. Vagabond are the weird team in this bracket. They won out over 100x Knight in Group A. There's a reason why they're in this upper bracket to begin with, but man, it feels like a team that has had a really tough schedule and has been able to punch above their weight. Still, I think there's a lot of people who doubt this Vagabond team, who doubt their abilities, because they play against the Knight team that didn't have their full roster available. So, playing against Knight earlier, who maybe weren't at full strength, now they're going to play a KCG Chaos who could also likely be at full strength here. I need to know, like, do you think this Vagabond team is legit here? Do you think this Vagabond team has what it takes, or do you think their run so far has been a bit of a fluke?
I think this Vagabond team 100% has what it takes. There's a reason that they went 9-2 in the regular season, and there's a reason why they're in the upper bracket. They 100% have what it takes to really, honestly, take it all. A lot of these teams do for you.
I mean, what do you say to that? Do you think this Vagabond team is for real? Do you think they have what it takes, or again, do you think that tonight they're gonna get a rude awakening with playing against ACG Chaos, a team that so far has not even dropped the game against anyone?
Honestly, it could go towards Vagabond if they play their game. Like they play against Team Evo Academy more recently, and that was a show to watch for sure of it. But if KCG Chaos start out slow, it could end up being in Vagabond's favor and just go the complete other way.
I mean, do you think this is going to be one of those matches where KCG guys have to start slow for Vagabond to have a chance in winning this?
Yes, I do.
Alright, so Lepid doesn't have much faith in Vagabond tonight, as I think many people do watching these matchups, but their match is not until a little bit later, as we mentioned already. Our first match is Stryker Vroom versus PEF. What a match that's going to be. Again, it's lower bracket, elimination on the line. We mentioned already that it feels like the pressure's on PDF tonight, that they have to prove themselves, that this is a team that they should be beating, and yet Stryker Vroom, reminder, the only reason they went to were initially eliminated was because of a DQ in their first week, because they played an illegal player. Stryker Vroom, we don't really know much about them. I mean, their last match was an impressive one. They had to fight for their last match, and again, their last match itself was a Game 5 loss to Torrent Gelion, who themselves are in the upper bracket, team that has proven to be a top-tier competitor. Please tell me, like, what coming in this match, do you think that elimination is really going to put a lot of pressure on one of these teams more than the other?
Yes, I think it will put on a lot of pressure on PDF, but Stryker Vroom will probably like just try their best to take even just a game. Like they'll be happy for a game or two or three or maybe even all four
Yeah, I mean,
if it comes down to it.
it's absolutely closer than I think what people think it's going to be. At least on the ratings, it's going to be a lot closer than what people maybe are thinking that it will be here. But I mean, we've got quite a series to go up to here. Again, it's all best of 7 tonight here in ATS crew battles. I didn't even mention this is a crew battle tournament, so we're going to get to see 3s, 2s, and 1s here coming in this matchup. All odd games will be 3s, and then we'll have the teams choose the even games in between for 2s and 1s. But again, we'll go through that in this first series as we need to. But I mean, coming to this match, if you're, the Stryker Vroom team, they're the clear underdogs, Maxine. What game mode do you think they need to latch on to? What game mode do you think they absolutely have to win if they have any chance on taking this this matchup?
I think Stryker Vroom should probably try and focus on winning probably the 1v1s, considering, every team has that one 1v1 player that knows how the game works. They play ones more than the average person, and I think Stryker Vroom definitely has someone on their roster that is like that, and they want to lock down that guaranteed win in ones.
Yeah, you definitely mentioned as well, those 1v1 matches can be so pivotal in matches, just momentum-wise. They really can make the difference in a lot of events here, but it's going to be tough here. Reminder that, again, they are on elimination. So after this match, we're already going to have one team out of this final bracket, so the pressure is really on everybody here to perform, to show up, to definitely do well here. Again, I'm excited to see how things will go here. For now, though, we just got to wait and see how things will look. But again, I mean, I really do wonder. I really do wonder how this match is gonna go. But before we go into this match, before we get ourselves actually into the series and we stop talking and babbling on, we gotta get some predictions in here. This is our first match, Stryker Vroom, portable document format files. As we get into this match, tell me, we're gonna go right to left here on the desk. Who do you have winning this, and by how much? So we'll start with Maxine, portable document format, and Stryker Vroom. Stryker Vroom's definitely clear underdogs, but as Lepid mentioned, it's a close match. It's gonna be competitive. Who do you have winning this, and what do you think the scoreline is gonna be on our first best of 7 of the event?
I think Stryker Vroom is going to come out with that let's just play to have fun mentality. So honestly, I think Stryker Vroom is going to come out playing recklessly, but it's going to work. I think Stryker Vroom wins in 6.
All right, well, Maxine's made her choice. Lepid, what do you have on your predictions?
Honestly, I'm leaning towards a full 7-game series, but I think it'll be very close. And I also agree that Stryker Vroom will take this. And PDF is coming in with a sub, so emergency sub.
Yeah, we haven't even mentioned that. PDF just mentioned they don't actually have their full roster available today, so things are going to look even more awkward for PDF. And I do agree with this as well. I think portable document format, while they're a great team, they don't have their full roster, and 3s is probably the game mode that they're best at. So I actually have this one being another game, a game 6 as well. I have Stryker Vroom winning this one and continuing their incredible Cinderella stories. Man, what a we're set up for a great first match. We're going to go to the caster screen here and get things underway. So here we go. Our first match is just about to get things underway, Maxine. It is our first best of 7 of the evening here. It is Stryker Vroom and portable document formats, and what a big match this will be. It's huge. There's a lot of players playing in this one, and again, both these teams playing with subs as well. We didn't even mention that Stryker Vroom have already announced they had to play the sub a couple days ago with DS Dubs, so they themselves also playing without Wizbig, who might be one of their better 2v2 players. So both these teams not playing at full strength, and in a match like this with there's elimination on the line, you really gotta hope that those subs really stand out, like DS Dubs or for portable document format. I mean, they have their own sub. It's gonna be. I'm worried for both these teams because they're not gonna be playing at full strength, and there's gonna be a lot more pressure on those subs than maybe what was initially expected.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a EU Regional 3 GK story, where GK they came into that regional like they weren't expecting to make the major, but they were trying, but they were more just trying to have fun. And Stryker, I think it's the same story with them. They weren't really supposed to be in the playoffs. They were barely had a losing record, but then a team had to drop out and they took their spot. So I think Stryker Vroom's going to have that exact same mentality, trying to win, but more or less just trying to have fun.
Yeah, and we'll see if that have fun mentality works here. Our first match of the evening. Reminder, all matches now are best of 7. So it's Stryker Vroom on the blue with their sub in DS dubs or portable document format. Happy is their sub in this series. Again, reminder, game 1 is 3v3 action. So we start in freeze here, and for portable document format, I said it, freeze might be their best game mode. If you're portable document format, playing with a sub, knowing that you have to play with a sub this late, they've really got to make sure if any game that they win, it has to be this one.
Yeah, you don't want to start this, like, any series off with a lose, but in group battles like this, it's a little easier to start off considering, you get that choice of what game mode you want to play next. So either way, the loser of this first game will have, a slight advantage going to the next as they get the choice between, 2s or 1s going into the game number 2.
Blasted will look midfield. We'll find Sammy. That's going to go up the crossbar. And in comes Happy. Goal 1 from the super sub. And Happy, portable document format. We mentioned how worried we were about Happy jumping in, playing for Slasher, one of their top strikers. But clearly he's picked up where Slasher left off. That's a great start. A first goal for PDF, the Apex Cup runners-up.
That is a great way to start it as a sub. You come into it, you're not part of the main roster, you don't have as much synergy, you don't have that chemistry that, their starter may have had. But coming in and scoring the first goal of the game, first goal of the series even, that's a huge confidence boost. Like, Happy is feeling pretty happy right now, if I had to say.
Yeah, but, it's far from done here. It's only 1 goal, but in 3v3 games like these, portable document format, that's what this team is known for, is now demoed away. And what feels weird about this portable document format team, they were an unknown team only a few months ago when they signed up for ATS Season 4. Clearly not unknown anymore here as Sammy in front of the net. Look for a second. BZO keeps it out as Topher. Happy. Oh, he's missed this one. Open room for Stryker as they'll jump upfield. And right now in game 1, it really feels like Stryker not winning a lot of that momentum, not winning as many challenges. They just can't seem to keep that ball in the orange half.
This PDF team has been great at getting that ball out of their side and transitioning well into the other side, but Stryker, a great pass off the ceiling, BZO in the midfield with a great beat. Stryker, they got some life in game number 1. They're not going down without a fight.
It's a great start, a great continuation here. And that is huge for this Stryker team. They just needed to get a goal, needed to get themselves on the board. And you said they're in here in many ways to have fun, to kind of see how far they're going to make it. They have nothing to prove at this point, but you have to think that Stryker Vroom, they want to win this tournament. They want to prove that DQ they had in their first matchup, that it doesn't matter anymore to them. And that DQ, it really did cripple their season as well. It was a 3-0 loss in their first week in a week that they actually had won at 3-1, but DQ, it really hurt them here. And I know for a fact that if Stryker Vroom has anything to prove, it's more so that they're proving to themselves that they can win it.
For sure. Stryker Vroom, they want to come out and win. The DQ, it's, sometimes life gets in the way of Rocket League. And, you just kind of have to let it be. But Elasted, finding an opening in the defense, Dubs couldn't quite get a second touch, couldn't block the shot, and Elasted getting that lead back for PDF.
Yep, this PDF roster is known to be quite tough to handle, and touches like those, heavy touches, giveaway plays, that's going to make quite the difference here in a game that has so far been quite close. It's Happy. We'll take it to the sidewall, we'll keep that dribble, gets around Topher. Sammy won't read this, as it will be DS Dubs down the field. Stryker Vroom looking for another chance to attack as DS Dubs very quiet this game, as here goes Elasted. Topher is up to challenge, but it will be Stryker Vroom's play. BZO missed it. DS Dubs right behind, can't win that challenge versus Happy. Topher's racing back. Can Sammy be first to it? No, he won't. That's ball cleared to the back corner. Stryker Vroom with another chance. DS Dubs kept away by Elasted. BZO cannot find the shots. And inside the final 2 minutes, Stryker Vroom starting to panic. Time's running out for them.
I'm running out for Stryker Vroom. BZO looking to open it up for them. Off of the back wall, trying to get a pass to the mid. Elasted flip reset to clear it out. Help from his teammate. Happy. Trying to go for the solo play. Wave dash fast 1, but DS Dubs doesn't want to let another goal in. Demoed off the ball, Elasted bangs it off the corner. It's in the midfield, it's in front of the net, it's on the goal line. And no one on PDF is there to shoot it.
And in Stryker Vroom doing well to win those challenges. It's been very low scoring so far, and this is a portable document format team that can score a lot of goals against you if you're not playing careful enough. But for Stryker Vroom, they have not played good enough up on the other side of the field. They need offense, and they'll need shots, and they need it soon. 60 seconds to go here in Game 1 as Topher wins that challenge. Elasted up to it, a demo in the backfield will open up room as Stryker racing back Sammy to the corner. Topher again has the control, keeps the ball close, now wins that challenge. Happy, getting chased down, nearly got bumped off the play here. Stryker Vroom putting in that aggression. Long touch for DS Dubs, kept out by Sammy. And with 40 seconds to go, Stryker Vroom trying to control some offense, but right now they have not found enough of an opening. They have not found good enough opportunities to score goals.
Stryker, they need to get that offense going. Sammy with a great save. DS Dubs trying to find the shot. Happy blocking it. DS Dubs passing it back. Elasted is there for the 50. Sammy now. The pinch, not able to find it. Happy clears it out past DS Dubs. Topher forced to jump off the back wall. One more touch out. Sammy keeping that pressure on. A dunk of BZO. That's DS Dubs, a great clear. Topher can't quite reach it. It's Happy off the sidewall. Time is over, but can they find that last goal?
Up off the corner, it won't work. Portable document format files will take Game 1. A strong showing here for the, I think many would consider the favorites in this matchup. Game 1 is theirs, and we said it. 3v3 was the game mode they needed to do well in here, Maxine, and they did just that. They played well in 3v3, but now the question is, what game mode do they pick next? And, I mean, knowing the Stryker Vroom team, they like ones, they like twos, it's going to be ones. That will be their next choice, so no surprise here for Stryker Vroom trying to tie up the series now in the game mode they feel most confident in.
Let's go into ones, but before that, let's talk about this game. Stryker Vroom just cannot get their offense together. You know, only 3 shots comparatively to PDF's 6. Half as many shots, half as many goals.
Yeah, it felt like for Stryker Vroom, especially at the end of that game, starting to reach for straws, starting to reach for better opportunities. Simply put, reaching just isn't going to work in this 3v3 game mode here. But again, so far, Stryker Vroom, I mean, what I can say though is this team's good at 1s and 2s. They're definitely strong at 1s and 2s. They're a pretty well-rounded roster. 3s is going to be tough for them, but for PDF, this team has had issues with really being able to win clearly against a lot of teams. 1s and 2s, they're not bad at, but they have to play Happy for 1s. I mean, their usual 1-foot player, I believe, is Slasher. So this is going to be a very awkward position to be if you are a portable document format team. You are in the game mode that you've lost your player in.
It's going to be pretty awkward for portable document, but I don't think it's going to be as awkward as many people will think. No, Happy, the MVP of last game, he showed up, he showed out for portable document, but now he has to show out in ones. He has no teammates to help him. Everything is on him and him alone.
Yeah, but you really feel like portable document don't have that pressure on them. They're already up by 1, and considering that next game is 3v3, where they've already just won Game 1, I mean, I don't really feel like there's much pressure on them. You can go up either. You can either go up 2-0, or the series is tied 1-1, and they go to the game mode that they're best in. So, Happy doesn't have a lot of pressure in him. This is the game mode. I think it's the game mode that portable document format might be the most concerned about. But we'll see how things go. For now, he's already given up a goal to Topher. As he left to race back again. Topher looking for number 2, and won't have that one. Happy threw it away and trying to chase this one down. It's room to work with, but it is Stryker Vroom. Down the other way will be Topher, but Happy jumping in, and a lot of boost usage so far here for Happy as Topher's whiffed the touch. Happy to the net. Oh, he's missed it, and Topher didn't keep moving. Happy missed an open net there. That could have been a 1-1 tie scoreline.
It's just, once you see that open net, you start to shake, you start to get a little nervous, and sometimes it's hard to capitalize on it. Not a great touch from Topher, able to recover, get that clear out to the corner. Topher full boost, plenty of time on the ball. Great fake challenge from Happy, but it's an air dribble bump. Happy's able to dodge it and find the save. Happy full boost, popping it up. Topher forced to jump. Happy now has the ball. So much time for Happy here. Infinite space, goes for the fake, doesn't fall for it.
He went for that delay flick as well, Happy, trying to see if he would catch Topher jumping early, but Topher clearly not too concerned, as now he'll go for the dribble play. Oh, Happy missed it! He got Happy on the early jump, and Stryker Vroom with the second. It's been relatively wide spaced out between each goal here, but one thing is consistent. It's Topher who's scoring them. It's Topher who's got Happy on a string.
Wyffer is playing some great ones right now. This is what I was talking about for Stryker. They were gonna have that ones player that knows how to play ones. They know the rotations. They know the mind games. And Topher seems to be that player for Stryker Vroom.
Maybe a chance for Happy. This is a great chance for an air dribble bump, and you know he's going for it too. But he actually couldn't get on that bump there. Topher waited right below him. And Happy, he went high. Topher went low, and Topher will get that save. Now Happy goes again. Another visual play. This time, though, it will be a flip reset attempt. He'll get it, but Topher challenges early, and so far, that is two examples of perfect defense on very tough plays to block. Both the flip reset and the aerial bump, both known as plays that are so tough to defend when executed correctly. But Topher, he did so well in defense, waiting below both, or challenging early. He made his mind up quickly. Credit to Topher. That defense, that's not easy to do.
I know for a fact I probably would have let that ball in the net more than once so far in this game. Topher, he knows how to play that one's defense. He knows when to challenge, when to not. Oh, but an open net miss from Topher. Opens up an opportunity for Happy. No boost for him. Topher forced to rotate all the way back. It's awkward for him. Happy flicks early. Topher, routine save. Happy forces out to the side of all. Topher. Now for the solo play. The air dribble. Can he force the 50? No, he can't. Happy now. Open net. Can he find it? Yes, he can.
I really am worried, though, because this is over half the game, and Happy's finally got his first goal. I feel like we're not going to be seeing Topher do a lot of overcommits on offense, so... you know, Maxine, this is a long time to get your first goal if you're Happy, and it's also a long time since Vroom's last goal as well. Topher scored his last goal at about the 3:30 mark, so it's been about a minute and a half for him since he's last scored, and it's continued to tick away. There's not been a lot of goals this game. Simply put, mistakes might be the difference maker here.
Oh, for sure, you know. In a game mode like one's Happy, the ground pinch. Oh, me, oh, my. Now it's a tie ball game.
That's a beautiful play from Happy. Right off the kickoff. No nonsense Rocket League there. 2-2. And a tied up game. Well, that's quite the showing so far here as Happy will now look to take it 3 in a row. Off the sidewall again. This time, though, he's not going to go for his whole effort. Instead on the dribble, Topher wins that challenge. And Happy will just take him out of the play, go back to his own half of the field, and calm things down as the dribble. Topher, oh, that's a great fake challenge. Happy still wins the play, but he won't get the shot here. As Topher, with boost, now J-dashing his way to victory, gets that challenge over Happy. Won't be much easier from there as Happy will keep this ball, wins that play over Topher. Still Happy as he'll dribble this, flicks it high. Topher doesn't challenge. And it's still tied with less than 90 seconds to go. Both players playing so passively they don't want to get the next goal because they know that it might be the goal to win it. Flip resets on the back post, saved by Topher.
As I was saying before, though, I was really interested by the great shot of Happy. This is very uncharacteristic of a ones game, you know. Most one games, they're high scoring, you know, maybe even like double digits at some levels of gameplay. Oh, but Happy able to capitalize on the bump and finds the lead late in the match. What a play from Happy. That bump is just textbook definition of what you should do in a 1v1 situation like that.
3-2 now inside the final minutes. Portable document formats are in the lead here in a game 2 that, you said it's rather low scoring, but a 2-0 lead potential here as Stryker Vroom will better clear this one down the field. It's Topher, won by Happy as he'll take that challenge. Topher racing back as Stryker. And they really can't afford to go down 0-2 here, and they will look to keep things close. It's an open net for Topher. And with 35 left on the clock, this game is all even once again.
It's just those mistakes that you're talking about, Sporty. They are the deciding factor. It wasn't a great challenge from Happy there, and Topher capitalized on it. The low 50 in the open net to tie the game for Stryker.
One goal could be that goal to win it here, as it might be Topher's. Happy wasn't ready, and Topher challenged early. 4-3 now.
Happy going down the wall. He jumped too early. His front wheels popped up, and he couldn't challenge the ball. And Topher just challenged immediately, finding the open net. It's a goal lead. Stryker Vroom just needs to hold on for the last 27 seconds. Not looking too good though. Off the kickoff, Happy able to find the shot. It's up the post and out. Topher's able to find the save. Now Topher just needs to not get scored on. That's all they need. But it's easier said than done.
He won't have boost here. 10 seconds, maybe one last chance. Happy to the back post! Saved away off the post by Topher. 5 seconds now. Stryker Vroom do have this lead as Happy gets bumped away. And this will end it. Game 2 goes to Stryker Vroom after being down for almost the entirety of that game. Topher responded back, and now it's a tied series as we go back to 3v3 in Game 3.
If you are a PDF fan, I don't think you should worry too much. This PDF squad thrives in the 3-3 game mode, and Happy the sub keeping it fairly close in the 1v1.
He did. He kept it very close, and that's what I find be quite impressive from that, is how close the match really was kept between both these teams. Very impressed with Happy's performance here, but I mean, that's going to make this series a little bit more interesting. Now it's 3v3 again. There's more pressure now on Portable Document Farm. I said that there wasn't much pressure on them, but there's definitely more pressure now, considering the situation that they're in. Going to 3v3 again, that last game was close, and you think if Stryker can get off to a good start, that, who knows, we might potentially see a position where Stryker could win the 3v3 matchup.
No, I 100% agree with you, Sporty.
We'll go to 3v3s here in game number 3, so both these teams are ready to jump back in for what this will be. Already our best of 7's are gonna be quite interesting here, but for what we're talking for, in most matchups, this would be match point. For here, it's only the lead in the series, so the pressure is on. They've got to perform. Boy, oh boy, this is gonna be quite an important match here. Taking that lead, always incredibly important, and that means we jump right back into 3v3 action. Man, I mean, it was close last game. It might be close again, but Portable Document format trying to stay consistent where they are strongest, and that would be in matches like these. If you win all the 3v3 games, you will win this series. So Portable Document format trying to make sure they win where it matters most as Elastic gets the early save. BZO trying to keep the offense going off that side wall. Will be left for Portable Document format to collect, but everybody in that same corner here, a bit awkward on that rotation, and they better hope that doesn't continue, because if they start to rotate awkwardly, Stryker Vroom, they're a fast-moving team. They will recognize when you are leaving spots open on the backfield. As here goes Topher, open room, looking for the double. Topher, stopped by Happy. Up, touch goes high. Elastic will keep out BZO, and Stryker Vroom, a good opportunity that will just go to the wayside.
Stryker Vroom, they're getting confident now. They got a win off of PDF, and now they're looking to get the lead on PDF. Lasted, trying to deny them that. Go for a great challenge midair. BZO, no boost, just kind of sitting there waiting for the ball to be in his hands. Lasted in the clear. BZO onto the back wall. Happy's just stay grounded. Smart choice there. Shot's not on the net.
Stryker Vroom, it just feels like we're just waiting for them to have one shot that will hit their target, but so far they've gone high and they've gone wide. Accuracy is going to be so important. I mean, they only had 3 shots in game 1. They're doing better than that here in game 3, but who cares about how many shots you have if you're not accurate with them? Right now, Stryker Vroom, they need to actually hit the target here. Is Happy. His chance will go straight at net. Off that dunk, Sammy to the bar, save away, and now it's a race the other way. Topher to shoot, can Happy get back? No, he won't. Goal 1 goes to Stryker Vroom.
This is the first lead Stryker Vroom has seen in the 3v3 game mode, and it may be enough. 3v3 is low scoring. If Stryker Vroom can make saves like that repeatedly, if that wasn't just a one-time thing, then they have a clear shot of winning this game number 3 and getting the lead in the series.
Early lead might be the difference here for Stryker Vroom to win the 3v3 mode. Now, Portable Document format have to attack from behind here as double commit off that sidewall. Will be an infield pass towards Happy. BZO keeps it away, but Happy wins that play. Elastic will let him go. Now he's got the touch. That's some bumps in the midfield. That's a wide open net for Sammy. And Happy again in the middle of the offense, and for the best of reasons.
Sometimes that defense is too good. You gotta give him a pat on the back, and by that you gotta bump him out of the net. Gopher completely taken out of the play by Happy on the rotate out, giving PDF a free open net and the tying goal.
Happy feels like he's been the difference maker so far tonight, as now he'll go midfield. Cleared away by DS Stubbs, the last did. On that back wall, Topher is ready for it, as is BZO. The game still left to play, but an early lead for Stryker Vroom still feels very much like a real confidence booster here, as that could have been a goal there. It was a backflip from Happy, and DS Stubbs nearly jumped in on it. Stryker Vroom will go all the way back to defense, but this is a better looking Stryker Vroom than they did in game 1. Much more lively, much more active, and honestly, a much better chance to win this game.
I see a world where Stryker Vroom win this and then win the 2v2. It looks good for PDF, but not as good as you may expect as them being the favorites. This Stryker Vroom squad is in rotation. They are playing their game right now, and they're looking to win. It's an infield pass from Topher. BZO not quite in position to force it to get to the sidewall where they challenged Sammy in the midfield. Great challenge on it. Happy cutting off. BZO no boost, just getting one touch, leaving it for Topher, not quite. Elasted with the pre-jump is off the back wall. DS Stubbs makes the save. Elasted back to the midfield. Sammy can't find the shot. Now Elasted low 50. Doesn't grab that boost. Now it's BZO down the field with the challenge, not able to find the touch. It's Happy off the back wall in the clear. And DS Stubbs a little awkward. Air drilling back to their corner. Happy interrupting. Sammy with the miss. So does BZO though. BZO finds a demo. Elasted with the beat. It's off the back wall. Can they find the double tap? Yes, they can. Bar down and in for Elasted.
That's a beautiful shot, and an even better play. Elasted falls right through, and the thing about this touch that makes it so impressive is the fact that DS Stubbs, he's got the low part of that net covered. I mean, there's no chance you're going to beat him on the low side, but Elasted, he's facing as if he's shooting low, because in reality, a lot of those shots on double taps go low, but it's a great job. Angler's car goes below the ball instead of above it. That really does make things a whole lot easier here as Elasted win that challenge. And inside the final minute, portable document format have the lead in the 3v3 game mode once again, but gotta make sure they keep on holding it here as the sidewall. Happy. Don't have the post to catch up, but Elasted will, and everybody pushed up here for portable document format, but will be kept away by BZO. Sammy doesn't have it. Happy to just keep the play upfield, and right now for Stryker Vroom, getting demoed in their own backfield. It's a wide open net. Elasted can't score it, but Stryker Vroom, they don't have a lot of support here. They're losing players left, right, and center, and without players, they can't make offense.
You need that offense to score. Topher completely taken out of the play by Happy. The great 50 by Sammy. Back to Elasted, back to Happy for the shot. Topher finds the save. Sammy taking it up the wall, gets bumped off of it by Topher. Forced to go all the way back is Happy into the corner. DS Stubbs is there with the midfield pass to BZO. It's off target. 0 seconds. Topher can't reach it. And that is game 3 victory for PDF.
Portable document format files now are 2 games away from a spot in the lower quarterfinals and a spot in the top 6 to play tomorrow, but so far, another close game here. We have had every game, I think, has been what, a 1-goal difference? Every game has been a 1-goal difference so far. It has been close, it has been intense, and so far, it really has gone either way here. But clearly, there's some consistency in the 3v3 mode, even going down by a goal early. Portable document format just seem to have a lot better control over the game mode, and that makes sense. It's the game mode they're best at, as now we go to 2v2, and it's going to be BZO and DS Stubbs versus Elasted and Sammy. And again, for Stryker Vroom, usually they'd have Wizpig playing in the 2v2 mode with BZO or Topher, and both of them very, very good at 2s. My worry is, without Wizpig, who might be their best 2v2 player, this is going to be a very tough game mode, and if they go down 3-1, it is going to be a real battle to respond and to win this series.
Stryker Vroom, you know, they need this win, and they need a win in the 3v3 game mode as well. Otherwise, it's not looking too good for them. It's not looking too good for the series. Stryker Vroom, I'd say they need this 2v2 win if they want to keep their life in this series.
I think in reality, I think 2s and 1s are the game modes they have to win here. 3v3 is the game mode they're clearly having the toughest time with, and if you don't win the other game modes, you're really putting all of this into portable document formats' favor. So yeah, I agree. The 2v2 mode is where they have to be successful here, as Sammy and Elasted take on BZO and DS Stubbs, and you know, already this early in the series, it feels like Stryker Vroom's hopes are on the line here, but if they can get themselves off to a good start, if they can rely on the game mode that they are very much, you know, consistent in, might be able to see a lot of success. And for BZO and DS Stubbs, Both players, I believe, in the Royalty Series, which has a 2v2 league, so they've had success in that division before. Now, they just have to do it here in a game where you only really get one chance to prove yourself in 2v2.
This 2v2 game, it could mean the series for Stryker Vroom. They need to win this, and they need to win at least one 3v3 if they want to win this series, along with just one more win on top of that, if you either game 6 or 7. Either one. Elasted gonna take this up the sidewall, going for the solo play. Not able to find any success with it. Looping back around, low boost, flick past 1. Trying to find a demo, but DS Dub's already up. It's Sammy off the back wall, getting a great touch, but DS Dubs reacts to it. Elasted forced to rotate back. Sammy for the back pass to Elasted. Elasted taking control, cuts around 1. DS Dubs last back. Great challenge by him, but it's an open net. Elasted with a great bump to clear the way for Sammy's shot. Just to roll straight in.
And for Stryker Vroom, DS Dubs, he took a chance on trying to get a quick break on Portable Document format. They didn't have any offense in this first minute of the game, and when they finally had a chance, DS Dubs got a bit blinded with a chance to score that he didn't realize that he was the last one back and really couldn't push up too high. As now, oh, it's a Spanish kickoff, and it's gonna work perfectly. Oh, kickoff strategies, Portable Document format. The Spanish kickoff, Elasted goes with a bump, and it's gonna be a pass from Sammy. The goal for Elasted. That is perfect execution on a kickoff play that you see so often in 2v2.
As someone that uses that kickoff and wins games off of it, I have never seen it done better than that. It was absolutely spectacular. You know they practice that, and it is so obvious to tell that they do. Elasted trying to find another goal, not able to. DS Dubs saves it away. Elasted still full boost, keeping that pressure on off the back wall pass. BZO a great clear down the field. Sammy going for the psycho, BZO for the shot, and DS Dubs slots it into the net. Stryker Vroom aren't going down without a fight.
Oh, even though they had a bit of a bad start here, they finally got a quick break that they could work with, and for Stryker Vroom, the way they're going to win this series, clearly they're not going to win on possession. But our document format are winning all the 50-50s. There's no chance Stryker Vroom wins on winning those challenges. What they can win on, though, is when Portable Document format do overcommit. And we'll see if that happens a lot more, but as they put more pressure on Portable Document format, expect more overcommits. Expect them to push higher, expect them to take more chances, and expect Stryker Vroom to have more opportunities to get those quick 2-on-1 chances. As they do here! It's a bump attempt, it won't connect, but it does enough. DS Dubs with a second goal, as Stryker Vroom now tie the game. BZO got rid of Sammy, just parked his car in front, and Stryker Vroom, as we said, quick breaks are the way to win this game.
You know, normally you like to play a slow and controlled game of 2v2, but I don't think that's the way that Stryker Vroom needs to win this. This PDF squad, they play those 50s, they play possession, and I think you just kind of need to get the beat on the ball, get the beat on the play some bang ball here and there, and right now it seems to be working. Elasted, no boost, gonna play the 50. BZO finds Dubs on the pass, but it's a little awkward for both PDF and Stryker. The shot on net. BZO taking possession. One more touch for BZO, trying to find the pass. Maybe a bump. Elasted taking control off the back ball, not able to do much with it. Beats out DS Dubs. BZO no boost. Elasted with the flick. It's wide off target. BZO now trying to get a clear. Sammy back into the midfield. BZO trying to find a bump. DS Dubs making sure they don't own goal there. Sammy with the 50. It's off the ceiling. Elasted has the shot. And
it's a 1-goal lead because of it here. Elasted winning that race to the ball. Portable Document format, a 1-goal advantage here. Stryker Vroom starting to have a little bit of issues here. Starting to struggle a little bit more. As it looks like we lost Maxine on disconnect here. We'll get Maxine back in soon enough, but while that's happening here, it is Stryker Vroom trying to keep the goals going, as it will be Elasted on the dribble play. Looking for the bump as well. DS Dubs catches him on that. Sammy to the back row, trying to play that 2-goal lead. No game has been won by more than 1 goal so far. Portable Document format trying to change that here. It is Sammy 4-2. They'll be in this one. A 2-goal lead now, and Portable Document format trying to keep things moving. Multi-goal lead at that. Hugely important, hugely impressive. So so far it is 4-2 here as Sammy will jump in. DS Stubbs, back pass to Bizio. Elastid's waiting for it as it will be a play in front. Bizio gets the block, but DS Stubbs, he really can't challenge easily here. Will win the play regardless. At this point, out of a document format, they don't need to commit. They don't need to play as aggressively as I think Stryker Vroom wants them to. But this will go in anyways. It's right in front of the goal. And it just lays in front for Bizio. That is a huge goal, a huge moment. And for Stryker Vroom, one back and one away. Maxine, I can hear you're back already. Stryker Vroom's one away from tying this one. They went down by 2. They gotta get some momentum going.
Stryker Vroom definitely has to get the momentum going as soon as possible. Down 2 goals, BZO trying to make it happen.
It'll be DS Stubbs here as Elastid. Gonna win that play. DS Stubbs can't get the challenge. Elastid clears as it will be BZO once again. Sammy to the side wall. Less than a minute to go here as, a bit of bumps in that midfield as well. Will make things a little bit awkward here as Elastid reset. Elastid trying to get a bit of a high flick on that, but it goes nowhere. And Stryker Vroom with, match point here, potential for a portable document format if they can't get one more goal. They've got to get upbuilt. They've got to start taking chances. DS Stubbs, past 1. BZO in support. It's 1-on-1. That flick will go to the back corner. And BZO will wait. No challenge coming. And with time running out here, Stryker Vroom, they've got to work diligently. Off the back wall. Sammy, this one! Oh, what a save! It's still in front! It's a wide open net for Elastid! 5-3. That's huge. And my goodness, we seem to have lost Maxine again here. While we get Maxine back in, hopefully this will all fix itself. 5-3, 15 seconds left. And portable document format with a chance to go to match point in this series as another big kickoff. This one will just work to keep possession as 10 seconds to go. DS Stubbs is waiting back. Jumping in is Bizio, Elastid to clear. Dubs is not going to be able to get this one, and Stryker Vroom, all of them racing back, but there won't be enough time left. Portable document formats now 1 game away from advancing to the top 6. While we again try to get Maxine back in here. 3-1 the scoreline. Game 5 now in portable document format. We all predicted against them here on the desk. Clearly, that has not worked well for them. But Maxine, you're back. Here at least it's Game 5 portable document format 5-3 now. With Game 5 up next. We all predicted that this was going to be a pretty close series, but this is a huge win for them. This is the game that I think Stryker Vroom needed to win.
I agree with you, Sporty. I think they 100% needed to win that game. But unfortunately, they cannot come out with the win. They need to hold on and win 2 more games to come back and tie that series up and force Game 7.
As well, it really feels like they need to keep things moving. They need to keep the plays going. They need to find those victories sooner rather than later here, but the pressure's on. It's Game 5 portable document format. Only need 1 more win. The moment is here for them to perform as we go to Game 5 portable document format. If they can win this game, the series is theirs. They'll advance to the lower quarterfinals. And for Stryker Vroom, now they must win 3 in a row. The pressure's on the underdogs, a Cinderella story, as we will say, to find any way to get themselves back in this match.
They really need they need something here in game number 5. They need to win this or they go home. PDF stay alive in this bracket. Stryker Vroom, they want to start this game off hot and they don't want to cool down. After losing that 2v2, they know how important this match means to them. It is win or go home right now for Stryker Vroom.
And I think, and I wonder as well, do you think this is one of those situations where if portable document format score first, that Stryker Vroom are almost certainly going to lose this? Do you think it's one of those situations, because Stryker Vroom has not done well when they're down in these games, clearly, and I worry if Portable Document format score that first goal, that it could be the end for Stryker Vroom's night just right there and then. But BZO will not let them have that chance. It's a beautiful shot. Bottom left corner. Stryker Vroom do score first, and in a game they need to, it's the captain that shows up.
I would have agreed with you if PDF had scored first. I would lose my hope in Stryker Vroom, but Stryker Vroom not going down without a fight, not yet. They still have some life in them. They still have some fuel. They still have that drive to win. They don't want to lose, not yet.
I mean, with one goal in their advantage here, they've never won the 3v3 mode yet tonight, but this is where they got to turn things around, because they got to win 2 now in these last 3 games. And that's happy now. We'll win that play, and Elastic will keep things going. Another worry for me here, Stryker Vroom, because that they're now losing 3-1 in the series. In the chance that they do win this game, it is Portable Document format that gets to choose the next one, and they won the 1v1 mode. If I'm not wrong, I wouldn't be surprised if they chose that. Or sorry, they didn't win the 1v1. They won the 2v2 mode. I wouldn't be surprised if they chose that mode as well. So for Stryker Vroom, they don't even get to choose the next game mode that they get to play here. So they've really got to be worried just about that in itself, because not only do they need to win the 3v3 mode twice, they also need to choose the mode that Portable Document format feel the best in.
Yeah, it's like everything is against Stryker Vroom. Really going into this, everything was against them as well. You know, they were supposed to be originally eliminated, ended up getting a ticket to the playoffs anyways. But now their backs are against the wall. They win this, they probably go to a 2v2 mode, and then if they win that, then back to 3v3 where PDF really shines. It's an open net. It's a great save from BZO. Now DS Dubs, no boost, looking to make a play on it. Great 50. Topher finds a touch into the corner. BZO trying to force a shot on net. And DS Dubs in the midfield, happy with a great touch. Elasted the redirect. It's off the corner. Damn, he can't read it. BZO finds a clear. We're back in the midfield.
Yeah, but Stryker Vroom, they're all on low boost at this point. Everybody running on fumes here, so low boost for Stryker. They have been on this back half of the field for a very long time, and now they gotta get out of it as DS Dubs will get that first save. Still, it's happy in Portable Document format. They're down by 1, but man, the control that they have, this team does not look nervous. As Elasted to go, kept out by Topher as go very far. It will be happy to win the play. Elasted trying to get rid of DS Dubs, but Stryker Vroom get out of defense here. They've been playing in their own back half for the last couple of minutes. They've got to go again as Elasted to Sammy. As Happy and Elasted in support, no one jumping. It's off the back wall for free. Topher challenged by Sammy. Portable Document format. A play to go, but it will be left out for Elasted. A second touch. Trying to find the midfield here, but no shots going through. Stryker Vroom done a great job at really wasting time in this game, making that clock the #1 enemy of Portable Document formats.
The clock winds down now. Stryker Vroom just need to hold on. They don't need to score. They just have to make sure that they don't get scored on. If I was on Stryker Vroom, I would be playing the safe game, making sure there is a third man back, making sure they have someone with a decent amount of boost to make a play, making sure that PDF files don't get opportunities like that. Those are scary if you are Stryker Vroom.
Will it be Stryker Vroom, who again have to play defense for these last 30 seconds? Portable Document format, they have really no pressure to win this game, but you know they're going to win this series quickly here. As now up the ceiling will be Topher. It's capped out as DS Dubs goes again. It will be Elastic the clear. Ezio, Stryker Vroom, and maybe one last chance to score here, but it will be left. Sammy wins that challenge. Portable Document format on their own back half, but they'll have their chance here. Happy wins the play. Elasted to the net. It's Happy to jump in. Topher goes in. Now it's the midfield. Sammy to shoot. To go. It will be kept out by DS Dubs. Portable Document format. Maybe one last play. Infield. Kick to the ground. And Stryker Vroom stay alive after 5 games. Portable Document format get to choose the game mode for game 6, and with the likely chance that it's going to be 2v2 for Stryker Vroom, they've survived well enough now, but the benefit is they can change their rosters here. They can change their players. I have a feeling that they played with DS Dubs last time and BZO last time around. I would be surprised if they don't play with Topher.
They probably need to play Topher in this next game. He's playing very, very well.
Considering he's one of their usual 2v2 players anyways, this would make sense if they wanted to keep things going. It's actually going to be Topher and Bizio, so Elasted and Happy are now jumping in. They're changing their roster as well. It is not going to be Elasted and Sammy. It's Elasted and Happy taking on Bizio and Topher. So both teams making changes to their rosters here for the 2v2 game mode, and I don't think that's too surprising. Both these teams need to win this one. For PDF, if they lose, you really feel like the pressure's all against them again in Game 7, but considering that for Stryker Vroom, I mean, they're going to need to play well. They're going to need to keep doing things. And again, they're going to need to find their success in 2v2, and it's really going to come down to, can Topher play his game?
I think it will definitely rely on Topher. You know, he's definitely the deciding factor on this squad.
Well, we'll see about that. This is Game 6 here. Portable document format could still win this series, but Stryker Vroom trying to start that momentous recovery as Topher and Bizio now on the field as Elasted and Happy on the other side. Reminder that it's elimination for whoever loses this series, so unlike the last two matches of the day, these first two, we're going to be seeing teams out before the final bracket really even got itself started here. As Stryker Vroom trying to get that first goal. Elasted saves, Topher chasing from behind. It's an open net, nobody else back! Bizio's going to score this one! And Happy was nowhere to be found. He left the play way too early, and he left Elasted all alone. Stryker Vroom score first.
Stryker Vroom, they start off this game great, especially considering that they definitely need it. They're on their back foot right now. They may have won that last game, but that does not mean that they are out of the blue. Not yet.
Almost a chance there for Elasted. Happy will slow this one down. If he had gone a little earlier, I think he could have scored on that chance, but Portable document format taking this game quite slowly here as Topher will rush back. Stryker Vroom not out of this series, not out of it by a long shot, as Topher again will win that challenge. It's Elasted. The sidewall will keep the play now taken out of the field. Topher jumping in. Oh, it's a weak touch here, and maybe a chance to go the other way. As Happy, second touch, no, left for Elasted, and he'll punch it in. Portable document format cut the back touch, and they kept it close. It's a 1-1 game.
PDF, they do not want to go to Game 7. They want to end the series right here, right now, on Neo Tokyo. And with that tying goal, only a minute into the game, it is still anyone's game, really.
Tied at 1, a guarantee goal to come up soon, I'm certain, as Topher, that's by Elasted. The last 2v2 game mode, not very high scoring. You think with all these teams playing their best rosters, it's likely to be there's likely to be a lot more goals now, as Elasted plays this. All the way back for his teammate in Happy. Jumping in is Topher. Doesn't win the corner here, and Portable document format will wait back as Elasted gets by Bizio. Topher, gotta be careful here as he'll challenge back. The plays go into the sidewall here, and the Portable document format trying to jump on in. Stryker Vroom. Oh, there's no boost left for Bizio. He'll miss the touch, but it will not be a play that Portable document format can tackle, as Happy still waiting very back. And I'm impressed with how defensive Happy is. He's been sitting back. He's been playing a lot more defensively. I worry just how far back he's playing here, because they're giving space to Stryker, and this Stryker Vroom team is taking it.
PDF, they're not playing as aggressive as they have been. You know, they've been playing the 50s, they've been playing the passes, and now, you know, they're playing more passively. They're trying not to get scored on, but that's just not how they are. They like to play aggressive. They like to hold that offense. Who cares if they let that occasional open net goal in, because they're already 2 goals up in the game.
And you really feel like for Stryker Vroom, the pressure's all off them, and now it's on Portable document format. But that's where Happy jumps in. It's an open chance. Will get them up on Topher, but not in time. Still chasing them down here as now Elasted. Back wall, second touch. Bizio keeps that one out as Topher keeps the play going. Happy wins another around the corner. Bizio's got to be careful as it's infield. Happy will take the play as Topher. Elasted challenges. Stryker Vroom is waiting as will it be Bizio again. Elasted. Topher. Happy. Topher. Clear it to the side as Elasted once again. Happy. It's a great first pop-up play here. Potable document format. Have room, and he's got a chance! He gets by them both! Happy runs under one and over the other, and it's 2-2 with 2 minutes left.
The great play by Happy. He has been the difference maker on PDF. He has been the striker for the team. No, he started the series off great with a shot in game number 1, and now he has not let that offense up.
And yet it is only tied here. It's a real battle between the Giants as BZO couldn't put it in, and Stryker nearly got caught in overcommit. Topher back in time. Elasted can't go. Topher's waiting. Elasted will take his opportunity as that's going to go all the way to the blue half here. So room for portable document format and room for Stryker Vroom here as Happy. Topher clears it out. BZO takes the skies. It's Topher who will stay on this play, and in fact, he'll win out the play as there's no challenge coming from PDF. As minutes ago, it's a reminder, match point for portable document format, game 7 potential for Stryker Vroom as Elastic keeps it out. BZO jumps in, Happy, it's wide open, and Happy will go the distance! It's 3-2, Stryker Vroom couldn't win the challenge, and they'll get scored on because of it.
That was a risky play for Stryker, especially in, this stage of the series. Tied game, you need to win this to go on to the game 7, to go on to the next round, and making a play like that, it works out sometimes, but not all the time. Elasted almost finding another goal for PDF. Happy on the pass back, goes high, fakes the high, goes low. Now it's a shot for Elasted. He just dives in, not able to get a touch. Now Happy's last back. He doesn't get the touch, and Topher almost able to find the open net, but Happy with a great recovery.
Time's running out here for Stryker. They've got to get a goal, and they have so little time to do so. Happy on no boost, running a rampage to Stryker Vroom. Now he's still going, winning every challenge. Elasted beats him out. It is an open net. Elasted missed it. Happy can't go. And maybe a chance here. Stryker's got to go down the field as Happy wins the play. Topher can't get there. It is Elasted who will choose not to play. This ball actually kept off the floor by Elasted. Flip reset. Just want to let this one end. PDF, one game away. They'll win it here. On 0 seconds, they'll take one last goal. And portable document format in 4 games to 2 will advance to Sunday, day 2.
That is it, guys. PDF wins in game 6 in the best mode for them, 2v2, winning both of their games in 2v2 and winning on Neo Tokyo in 2v2.
Yeah, huge as well. As you said, 2v2 was the game mode that I didn't think they were going to do that well in, considering that they had to play with a sub, but clearly they have found their success. Credit goes to PDF to get that win, to get themselves one step closer, a 6-game series. Boy, it's going to be a long night if all of our matches are going to be like this, but what we can say, though, is portable document format, their night continues as we're going to go to a quick break here. When we come back, it will be our second match of the night. Serenyx Knight taking on Wyffer WaTesla. We'll see you guys soon after this short break. Welcome back to the Ascent Tournament Series, Paradise Cup 3. This is the continuation of Lower Round 1. What a match we just saw there, portable document format. Taking down Stryker, Vroom, and 4-2. All the analysts are wrong. All of us were wrong. Yeah, that's why we kicked out Maxine, and we brought in WaTesla. Welcome in. WaTesla here tonight as we now get to see our next matchup coming up here. Will be 100x Knight taking on the Wyffer Wetjets. And Knight, a surprising team to be in the lower bracket. We're supposed to win Group A rather easily. Of course, they didn't do so with a loss to 100x Vagabond. So for Knight, they're in a weird position here. They're the team that just won our Pinnacle Cup. They're considered probably the best team in this bracket, and yet they couldn't get a win. They've been struggling for a little bit, and now for Wetjets, they have the chance to take down a Titan in our final bracket early.
Uh, yeah, it is a big upset for 100X to not win their bracket. But I've called several of these 100X squads, and they're all solid. So apparently they get a lot of time in scrimming with the groups that they're with and playing against other teams. Um, and as for Wyffer, I've called them a lot during the the standard ATS season that just finished, and Moose and Muffin are a great two-man duo. Like even in the threes game where they leave the last man back and they get up and work the two-man game on offense, and they're both really good at it. So I'm looking forward to both of them popping off here.
Set as well as our bracket is also now slightly changed again because portable document format just won. Obviously, they're playing here tomorrow, but the night is only going to get more interesting as we mentioned. 100x Knight taking on the Wetjets, and you said it as well. This Wetjets team, an interesting duo, but they have Muffin as a sub for this event. We'll see how things go. For now, though, again, Knight, they themselves have also had to use a couple subs here, but it's their main roster is the same as they had before. Perry, Jared, and Manny are all these players very, very high level. You really feel bad for the Wetjets. They have probably the toughest match they have to start off with in the lower bracket, and it's a Knight team that might have their full roster actually available tonight, unlike they've had other nights.
Well, if you look at the tracker for these two teams, it looks like just based on rank alone, Wyffer may be up against quite a Titan here. It looks like all the three players for 100x Knight are currently SSL, and it looks like most of the players on Wyffer right now are between GC2 and GC3. So at least rank wise, it seems like they would be the underdog. But continuity and knowing your team is key, and so I'm not sure how long those three for 100x have been playing together outside of this past ATS season. So it may come down to experience and longevity with your crew that is the difference here.
As you mentioned as well, I mean, I think for the Wetjets themselves, a team that made it to top 4 in our most recent Apex Cup, definitely a solid roster, a team that consistently makes the final bracket, but they have not won since ATS Season 2, I believe, or more rather, actually, sorry, to ATS, ATS Season 2, I think it was in the, it was Season 2, so, again, a team that has not won in a while, a team that has had their struggles at times, and a team that, again, has to play in lowers. It's elimination on the line for both these teams, and you really feel like for Wetjets, I mean, coming into this match, Lepid, what do the Wetjets have to do to get a win?
Honestly, use the team chemistry that they've had for years at this point and just play together, play their game, and see what happens from there. Because this will be their toughest opponent in a few seasons, and it could go really badly for them.
It really could. It could be a very quick series if the Wetjets don't get off to a very, very strong start. The only team left for House Gryffindor as well in this final bracket, so a big match for them. And I know for Knight, I mean, they're looking at one thing, and that is a rematch with Vagabond. They're on the same side of the bracket as Vagabond would be if they lose early. So, in the chance that they beat Vagabond, if they win here, they likely will have a rematch with Vagabond tomorrow. And you know Knight want to play against Vagabond again. They lost them earlier. That's the reason why they're in the lower bracket to begin with. Do you think that want to win against Vagabond? Do you think it's going to make a massive difference in this series?
I think it will. I think they'll want to come off strong first and want to shut down any attack from the Wyffer Wet Jets, and that will cause problems for the Jets.
As you said as well here, and I mean, coming in this match, we mentioned it as well about Knight. They've been underperforming. WaTesla, you've seen a good amount of Knight. What's the key to Knight to win tonight here? I mean, they're the favorites, sure, but they've had some pretty bad losses so far. They've not looked good. What's their keys to success?
Well, I always think whenever you have just like a definite gradient in skill between the two teams, that the team that is better to just play fundamental Rocket League, solid rotations, no double commits. If you're slightly faster, so like you're better at using wave dashes to recover off bumps, and things of that nature, then you'll always be able to win more of the 50s than you lose. So if you rotate solid and you're able to win more of the 50s than you lose, it's really hard for a team to overcome those two statistics. And so if you're 100x, I think you just have to exploit the speed difference here.
I think they also have to exploit one thing, and that is Manny Alar. His name's Manny Alar. He's a really good player, probably the best known player on that roster, probably the highest ranked as well. He's, I think, a B ranked player. So if they're going to exploit anything, they might as well exploit the fact that they have Manny Alar on their team, and Manny Alar generally is tough to beat as well. So I wonder how they're going to stop Manny Alar, because he's been probably their best player throughout the entire tournament. Maybe even through last season, he was their best player at times. Even though he wasn't MVP, he absolutely had a shot to be there. So we'll see as well here, but again, it seems like we're having some slight technical issues with this matchup. We're gonna go to a break. Give us a few minutes, see if we can get one of these teams. Seems like they might be having technical issues, so we're gonna get a break, and we'll be back hopefully very soon with some good news for you all on fixing this issue. So give us a few moments.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ATS Pinnacle Cup, Paradise Cup, sorry. In the Ultimate Division, we have lower round 1, the other side of the bracket, with the Wyffer Jets and 100X Knight. Got an emergency sub in for the Wyffer Jets, so this match will in fact be happening.
Yeah, so yeah, we almost had a forfeit, but someone was able to fill in at the last minute so we can get a game on here. And so, as we were saying previously, 100X seems to be a little higher ranked than all the players from Wyffer. They're having to pull in a sub at literally the last second. So it's not going to be any less daunting for them going forward. But at least we'll get some quality Rocket League, and that's really what we're all looking for.
Quality Rocket League indeed. This should be a pretty good match. You know, could be one-sided, could not be. Only time will tell as we get into the first game, well, as we wait for the other teams.
And we could have a repeat of the first game. The sub Happy in the first game ended up being the standout player of the first series. So who knows? This last second fill in may pop off. Interesting to see going forward for sure.
It will be interesting indeed. You know, we have the subs. You know, they could be the make or break of any team, really.
It looks like they'll have Star filling in for the Wyffer Jets. But like I said, it's really daunting if they're going to be able to overcome this. So we may be getting a rematch of an earlier group match between 100X Knight and 100X Vagabond tomorrow.
And if we do have that rematch, it may go the distance that original matchup between the two went to Game 4. Vagabond coming out in a 3-1 victory, but of course, you know, 100X Knight having the sub on the team. Not their main roster. They may have it tomorrow, though. So.
Okay, so yeah, so 100X, I see here in chat that 100X played the first one with a sub. So if they got their full roster tomorrow when they get in there, it should be a banging match for sure. And then, but I mean, really, if you're a fan of any of these ATS series, then you know Manny LR is a standout player across any of the leagues that he's played in. So we're all looking for him to give us a couple of TikTok clips this evening for sure.
Most humbling thing in existence, getting put on TikTok by someone else. I personally have experienced it. I got caught out for it. Not very fun, but let's get this game started, though. We have Manny, Jared, and Perry on 100X Knight. And then on the side of Wyffer Jets, we have Star subbing in, along with Wavy and Moose. Should be a good match. Let's hope and see. Wavy looking to start it off. Shut down immediately. Moose not able to get a piece of it. Manny going for the air dribble pass to the midfield. Moose getting a touch out. It's Perry off of the side of ball. Wavy a great catch off the back wall. One touch out. Manny's there. One soft touch. Moose clearing out to the side. Perry not able to do much with it. Just forced to rotate out.
So they started off the first 30 seconds of this match. It seemed like 100X had all the pressure. Looks like Wyffer got it briefly onto the blue half, but we're right back onto the orange half. Just in the early going here, 100X is doing a really good job of swinging left to right when they have it on the orange side. So whenever the clear comes out to the wall, there's a player there to collect immediately. We get a triple fake in the midfield.
The shot on net. Jared able to make a great save. Moose bumped off the play. Wavy a great touch. Almost on net as well. Manny great control. A great 50 for Perry. He get popped up. Now it's Jared off of the corner. Star forced to make one touch. Wavy last back, just getting one touch off the goal line, and it's safe. Could have been dangerous for the Wyffer Wet Jets.
So big demo in net there, but 100X unable to capitalize on it. Wavy doing his best to keep the ball out of the net. Star rotate behind him now. He takes a 50 with Perry. Star will poke it forward. Jared goes up, gets a little redirect. Thought he might go for a psycho there. There's a big 50 on the blue half. Jared's able to save it off the back wall. Perry's able to get it around another. And again, they go back to offense.
This 100X Knight team has been spectacular when transitioning from defense to offense. The couple times that they have had to do it, but they can also stay on offense for a long time. Their offense seems to be the star of the show. The star in the night that shines bright is this 100X Knight offense.
Shout out to Wyffer. Through the first 2 minutes of this game, they have faced an onslaught of offense, have yet to let the ball find the net. So if they can keep this up for all the games in the series, they'll at least be able to keep it close as long as the score doesn't get away from them in a hurry. I am a little concerned as we reach the halfway point about how much offense they'll be able to generate, but they got the stonewall defense going at the moment.
Of course, you know, the shots say something else, but the gameplay is something else. It's off target. Jared is there, opening up the scoring, giving 100X Knight the lead. Star a weak touch on the clear. Manny's there, feeding out 2 on the double commit. Jared, easy open net, getting a touch in.
Yeah, heads up play by Manny there to see 2 players awkward with not the greatest clear touch and just immediately ego challenges, dunks it back to the back wall, and Perry's there to clean it up. That'll be the first one on the board here for 100X. That would have been a nasty little touch by Jared there in front of the net.
Great touch to the midfield. Jared, again, it's getting away from the Wyffer Wet Jets. Manny, a great play foot there, and then the touch around Wavy. Star rotating a little too far out, and you know, leaving it an open net for 100X Knight to get a 2-goal lead with. Oh, and Jared completes the hat trick off the kickoff. Jared is just playing some great Rocket League off the kickoff. Both cheats got bumped. Moose just a little late to that, and Jared able to sneak it by.
Yeah, Manny and Perry right now hooking up. They look like John Starks and Patrick Ewing from the old 90s Knicks. And there again, you see Perry off the kickoff. In the goal before that, he powered through 2 players. And so he's just doing everything for his team right now. And Manny, like a good point guard, just diming him up every time he's open.
It has been a star-studded show so far. Everyone doing their part in this game. Everyone playing their role and playing it to the best. Perry able to find an opening. Manny again with the pass. That's great Rocket League.
Yeah, it's just again, for the first 2.5 minutes, the defense was stout, but now you see the shots start finding the back of the net. You're really seeing the difference in speed between the 2 teams, and 100X right now is just feasting on every bit of space that they're given.
Every little bit of offense matters in this Wyffer West squad. They need to find something in game 1, even if it doesn't give them, you know, the win. They need to find something before going into game 2. Otherwise, they won't have momentum, and that's not what you want going into another game, especially after losing, you know, a game 1 like this by, you know, 3-4 goals essentially.
Yeah, especially because, and I was saying this earlier in the season when I called up one of these matches, that if you get really blown out in the first game, and so you're probably tilted, and then you have to pick the next match, you have to pick the mode, but the other team's riding high and you're on full tilt, and so, like, it just really, in these crew battles, it got to be terrible for the mental to take a beat down in the first game and then have to go to less players. The more players that are on the pitch, the less one individual player is able to affect the whole game. So as we get to the 2s and the 1s portions, you got to think that Manny gives 100X a clear advantage in the lower participant game modes.
For sure, and I think that this this Wyffer WestJet squad, they're definitely going to probably want twos going into this next game, you know. More people on the field, more chance to make a play. They might have an opening here. Star, not a lot of boost. Manny, able to get one touch out. Perry, getting the 50, and it kills it. One more goal for the road for Manny. 5-0 win for 100x Knight going into game number 2.
That may have been Manny's only goal for the game, but it was a beauty. Nice little pre-flip there to get the little soft touch on the bottom of the ball just to speed it up and sneak it in the buzzer. So that'll do it for game 100x. Will take this one by a score of 5-0. Shout out to Jared with the hat trick, Manny with the great passes, and we'll see what Wyffer can do here going forward in the next one.
Wyffer WestJet's taken on the challenge of the 1v1 game mode. They want this. They need this. Obviously, 100x Knight, they won that 3v3 mode. They looked spectacular. You know, not many double commits, not many overcommits from them. And, you know, when they did, they always had someone back ready for it to happen. So, you know, in this 1v1, Wyffer WestJets definitely need to win it.
They definitely need to. No one wants to go down 2-0, but you got to assume we're about to see Manny for 100x, and that is a tall order. Jared is going to play the 1v1 here. I see he's rocking his 2025 RLCS tag, so congratulations to Jared and his squad in the big show.
They don't hand those tags out to just anyone, you know. You need to be a pretty good player, to say the least, to get one of those tags. Let's see, at least GC3 plus.
In that first game, and I think going forward here in the 3v3, maybe, and it sounds crazy, but I think Wyffer may need to try to control some of those shots on their end instead of trying to get clears, because they're just putting the ball into space and they're getting beat to the ball more often than not. I think going forward, they're going to try to control the ball in their half, maybe take a 50 that the second and third defender can beat the second or third offensive player to, because they're trying to get a big booming clear over 100x has not worked out for them thus far, and we'll see how that evolves going forward in the series.
Let's see how that, you know, evolves out in game number 2 on the 1v1 field. Gannon started that 3-second countdown, that dreaded 3-second countdown. Off the kickoff, Jared, you know, plenty of boost. He has the ball, forces Moose to go back. Jared, infinite possession, a great flick, not on target. Can Jared find the angle? No, he can't. Now Moose, plenty of boost going up the sidewall here. He's gonna take his time. Jared, one soft touch, backing up though as Moose bangs the ball. Just Jared, clear out to the side. Moose taking possession. Jared, a great beat. Now Moose has to rush back. Jared, you know, plenty of boost, taking all the boost from Moose. And Jared starting off game number 2, the 1v1 on a right foot.
It's a nasty little angle from Jared there out of the corner to give himself the lead here early in the 1v1 portion. But yeah, you're right. As he came down after he got that initial poke over, he just took all the boost. Moose on 0 is never going to get back in front of the play with that. So heads up play by Jared there, and he'll take a 1-0 lead here. And the nastiest play in ones is successful for Jared here, the air dribble bump. I'm always impressed when they manage to keep enough speed on the carry from that far away to get the demo and not just the bump on the contact.
Those plays, you know, they're hard to make, but at this caliber, you definitely have to watch out them as they're equally hard to defend. They take a lot of boost, but they're such a safe play. If you can at least get a piece of the ball, if it's not on the net, you know, you still got that bump. You still have that time to recover, time to get that boost. Jared kind of freestyling on him right now. Moose, a great clear to bang it out. Like it's a boost for the shot. Jared, a great block. Bumped off the play. Jared going boost over ball. The fake challenge from Jared. Jared now popping it up. Flip reset below him. Not able to get it. Moose, a great recovery for the save. Moose trying to find the open net. Is it on target? It's a little wide to the right. And now Moose, flip reset, not able to find it. Jared, a great 50. Gonna clear it out to the side. Now trying to find the open net for Jared. Not able to find it. Again, a little wide.
I was interested to see how this would play out. Looks like both guys are going to get control of the ball and go to the wall a bunch. It's one of those things I think that makes Moxie one of the best 1v1 players in the game so unique. Is he has a really, really strong ground game that you don't see out of a lot of other high ones players. And as I say that, Jared with a nice pinch here and able to beat Moose to the post with the ball and get his third goal.
Yeah, what control from Jared. That is really just an amount of control that not a lot of players have. At this level, it is more common, of course, but even then, it is still great to have that control. You don't need it. As you said, Moxie, one of the greats of 1v1s. But on the other side of that spectrum, you have Diaz, arguably the second best ones player at the time, and he is the complete opposite of Moxie. He does everything in the air and not much on the ground.
Yes, and his control and ability to get a reset off of seemingly the worst first touches off the wall is bananas. As I say that here, Moose, thinking better of it, decides to leave this to Jared. Jared showing us the control again. I think that last touch was a little heavy, wasn't able to get back for the reset. Moose able to pinch it off the post, and he may get his first one here. Hardest shot in Rocket League, and he'll hit the open net.
No, those open nets are very stressful, but when you have time like this, they definitely get easier. No one back. He used all his boost, and Moose he could have taken all the time in the world. He could have done that in a turtle and still would have been able to get there.
Turtle would have been quite salty, though, and a lot of fun to watch. Jared now's going to get this over. He's going to get the big boost here. Let's see what he tries to work with here. Oh, I think he's trying to work the ceiling pinch. It'll be nasty if he's able to hit it.
Almost finds some success. Oh, and the beat. Moose on the beat. It's a 1-goal game. Just as quick as it was a 3-goal game.
Well, Jared picks the corner boost up there as they swing through, and I think that he thinks that Moose is going to back off when he has no boost. Obviously, if Jared's able to take a 50 there that goes behind Moose, it's a free net for him. But Moose, with a successful challenge, able to poke it around and score and cut it to 1.
Except Jared, he was locked in, scoring all those great shots, and now it's a 1-goal game. A great save from Jared. Some great control from Moose. Jared gonna take this up in the air himself, going for the air dribble himself, and he shows him how to do it with a top right slot in the net. Jared showing off those mechanics once again.
That's just brilliant control coming out for him here. I think Moose thought he was going to go for a reset or something and was going to slow it down just a bit, so he was trying to time it to meet him at the net. But when he never checked up to get the reset, Moose's hesitation allows Jared to find that gap, and he'll get the lead back to 2.
An open net for Jared, decides not to take it. Going for the air dribble. Oh, and it's in the net either way. Again, Jared, the air dribble. Great placement on it as well. Top right of the net. Moose cannot get back even with that full boost he collected.
Jared's doing a really good job when he has the ball in the air of keeping it to a place that Moose just can't get to comfortably. Whether he goes for the bump or just goes for the carry-in, he's doing it in such a way that from wherever Moose is, he can't easily get his car there to even contest it. But as I say that, Moose with a little popping shot, and he'll cut the lead back to 2.
Boost.
It's a play catching him with no boost there.
It's a great play, He could have done a lot of things with that, but just powering it through is definitely one of the better things you can do in that moment. Jared had no boost. He was in an awkward position. And Moose, plenty of boost, plenty of time. Oh, and the Cookser pinch! A little wide on the shot. Jared comes out unscathed. Definitely luck is on his side in that moment right there. Moose going for the double tap. Jared, a great save on it. Now, Jared gonna take his time on this, get one light touch. Moose not challenging, decides to fake it. Jared popping the ball up, trying to get the flip reset, doesn't get it. Jared forcing it to the side. Moose, not a lot of boost here. Gonna take it slow, trying to find a cut around Jared, not able to find it. Jared, plenty of boost. Can he find the net? He finds it, not quite, a little high. But Jared keeps possession in his hands. Leaves it for Moose. Decides to pre-jump, going for the 50. Bumped off, but Moose can't find the opening.
Boost heads up there. He grabbed that corner boost, so Jared had to just poke it away and go back. Tries to use a little wave dash to make a creative shot there, but Jared heads up play, stays on the ground until the last moment, then able to flip into it. Going to try to treat us to a great one here as time expires. And that'll do it. Jared, dominant performance here. 100X will take game 2 as well.
Jared, he has been the man for 100X. Just completely dominant in both game 1 and 2. The 3-3 and the 1v1. Complete opposite sides of the spectrum, and Jared performs in both. Now they're up 2-0.
Jared also was the leading scorer for his team in the first game. So doing everything he can to find the back of the net every time he's given space with the ball in this one. And if you're Moose, shout out to him. You put up a valiant effort. That was just some incredible control coming out from your opponent.
It really was. Jared played spectacular. And now we go back to 3v3, where 100X did spectacular. Now they need to hold on to that performance that they had there as well. Going down 3-0, it's not very good. You don't want it in any situation, in any league, anything. 3-0 is not the place you want to be.
Yeah, I happen to be a huge sports fan of not just Rocket League, and the only 3-0s I can think of is I think it's happened once or twice in the NHL, and the Boston Red Sox came back from down 3-0 to win the World Series the first time they did in nearly 100 years in the early 2000s. I want to say that was 04 maybe? Going way back in the Wayback Machine for this one, Maxine.
For sure. That's probably before some of these players were even born. And maybe they remember that, though. They heard about it. Jared on the pinch on net. Star forced to jump and make the save. Manny back to the midfield. Not able to find a pass with it, though. Wavy taking their time, getting a touch to the midfield. Manny just a little awkward. Forced to reverse. Jared is there getting one touch, keeping it close. Speeding up with it. A 50 with Wavy. Goes out to Moose. Perry with a great 50 there. Star bangs it down the field. Wavy trying to get the pre-flip, not able to find it. Perry forcing Moose to the sidewall. Give a great 50. Star, a great touch to Wavy. No boost for him, though. Manny not able to find the touch. Jared all the way back. Going between them, threading the needle. Moves for the shot. Jared finds the save, and Manny off of the save to Perry. Back to Manny, but Star is back for the save. What a play that would have been.
Oh, and right here, Jared heads up challenge, passes over to Manny. This is going to be a brilliant shot, bar and down. Heads up play for those two. Reverse roles here from game 1. Jared with the pass this time. Manny with the long range shot. And they'll go up 1.
What a passing play from 100X. We saw that in game 1, and we're going to keep seeing it in game 3. Jared for the 50th out to Manny. Manny off of the sidewall. Can he find the shot? No, he can't. Moose finds a touch around 1. Going for the bump now. Manny off the sidewall. Wavy's there. Gets a beat. Moose back to Wavy on the light tap. Wavy now trying to find Moose. Jared is there, denying the pass. Perry into the corner. Star, one light touch, but Perry pre-jump that. Oh, it's almost an own goal. Off the post and out. Manny, the pre-flip. Not able to find another shot on net, though.
Who's trying to work it, but Manny and Perry both there on the defense. I just don't feel like any of the shots in this 3v3, even in the first game, have really been that dangerous for Wyffer. The heads-up play by Moose a while ago when they came down to try to get ahead of the ball for a bump, but someone that wasn't in net was able to get to the ball before one of his teammates, so it almost made it just an overcommit. Just so we say that, 100X going the other way. What a save by Wavy! Wow. I thought for sure that was the goal.
I thought for sure that was a goal as well. I was ready to start talking about it, but Wavy finds a great save. Now, 100X, they need to collect this ball. They need to find those passes again. They want a bigger lead. I can tell. Jared trying to find the solo play. Wavy shuts it down into the sidewall. Manny's there, not able to get a touch, but Perry is up the sidewall, off the back wall, beats Star. Leaves it for Manny for the shot. Moose finds the save. Oh, Perry to Jared. Jared off the back wall for the double tap. Wavy again with the save, and Moose is there to clear it down the field.
And just like in game one, the beginning of this game, they did give up a goal early, but for the most part, the defense has been super stout. But they have yet, in 7 minutes of Rocket League, to score a goal in the 3v3 portion, which is going to make it really tough, regardless of how good the defense is. But, I mean, again, Star there to cut off that double. Wyffer definitely doing a better job of breaking up the plays that 100X is coming with here in this one.
Perry's trying to find a pass there, not able to find it. Moose pops it up. Manny, a great beat. Star forced to make a touch there. Back high and up. Star finding the shot. Jared clears it out. Manny not able to find the touch, but Perry's there, taking control. The backflip flick. Moose pops it up for Wavy to clear it out. Manny in the midfield getting one touch and the pinch. Star has an open net, but Perry's able to get back and make the save. What a heads-up play from Perry there. Now Jared on the counterattack, not able to find success though.
Heads-up play, that was a quick counterattack. Somehow Wyffer was able to stay disciplined and get back to get in front of one of those shots. Nasty little flick, almost beat them all on the way down. Perry now taking it out of the corner. Gonna try to double it off the sidewall, can't get the second touch. Manny with the shot, it's gonna be high. Moose able to cut it off so it can't be doubled. Star now with a fake in the corner. Moose deciding, thinking better of the rule one here. Wavy high touch, cut off by Manny. Jared now sending it. Can't get the double off the wall again. Wavy cuts it off at the midfield. Big demo. Touch middle. Jared's going to push this forward. And Perry just top left off. That would have been another great play for 100X.
100X there trying for those great plays. Not all of them working out, but that's a great pass to Jared. Jared off the ceiling, not able to find a second touch. The triple commit, and it somehow works. Slotted bottom left.
So the triple commit team pinch on the ground. Somehow the correct angle from the pinch is in the net. An unfortunate turn of events for Wyffer, but a wild play coming out from 100X here. And with 10 seconds left, if you're Wyffer, I think you maybe just want to see one in the 3v3 portion go in. Perry, another 0-second goal here.
Yeah, Wyffer saw one go in.
So that'll put 100X on a combined score of 8-0 in these 3v3 portions.
Wow. That is some dominance from 100X. Jared this time on the bottom of the leaderboard, but definitely not the least effective person. He was a great midfield player.
Yeah, he fills in for Manny and gets all the assists. And 100X, they looked, I mean, it really could have been a lot worse. They were going for some pretty stylish plays there in the middle. It was 1-0 for a long time. And shout out to Wyffer for blocking that. There were a couple of saves Wavy got and one that Star got that I just knew the shot was going in. I was preparing myself to speak about it as the save came in. So Wyffer, great defense, but still struggling on the offensive side here. We'll see if they're able to change that around here in the 2v2 portion.
You'll have Perry and Manny versus Wavy and Star. Star, not being exactly the highest rank. Probably the lowest rank in this lobby, around the GC2 level in this GC3 plus cup, as far as I'm aware. And he's not really, he's not doing, the most, but he's definitely being a great player for the team.
He's definitely not holding them back any. Immediately here off kickoff, Manny going to try to do something crazy in there. Gets the first reset. Got a second. Unable to find the back of the net, though, with that. Showing off here in the early going. Oh, that's popped out. Perry now. Gets the Arsenal reset. Don't often see him get the Arsenal reset. Oh, no. Great flip reset by Perry there off the dunk. Just catches it, adds a little flair to the shot, and they'll go up one. I mean, to be fair, Manny got yeeted to Narnia, but the ball falls on the orange half, and Perry's first one to it.
This 100X squad, they are completely unrelentless right now. They are not letting this go one bit.
Bit of a misplay there. This could be an opportunity. Tries to get a pass across middle, but Wavy can't commit to that, seeing both defenders there. Here's a pinch. Star may get to collect here. He and Perry fighting for it in the corner. Perry able to block the clear there coming out. Manny, no boost, just working it around.
Now it's Star, no boost, just getting one hard touch. Wavy with the 50 off the corner. Perry rushing to get there. Flip reset, trying to recover for the shot. Would have been incredible if we saw that.
Wow.
Wavy getting a great clear. Manny rushing back. Goes below Wavy. Star last back. Wavy with the pinch. Trying to find the net. Is he get it? He can. Wavy able to find a great play past both of the members of Wyffer Jets.
Yeah, that's just heads up. Star doing his best to try to get in front of it, but that touch off the wall was gross. Because it's right on point. He doesn't have to rebound it.
It was
Wavy off the kickoff.
Good kickoff strat. Almost works out for them. Perry getting in the way, kind of sacrificing himself, making sure that Star can't shoot that on net. Manny a great clear, but Wavy in the midfield stops it. One touchdown. Manny catching it to the side, not able to find a touch. Star is bumped off completely. Perry is there. Now Perry for the shot. It's on target, and Wavy can't get there. And it is a 3-0 lead.
That's a great shot coming out from Perry.
The WaTesla have not been able to score in these last two games. Not one bit.
Off the kickoff. Oh, I thought that was going to find it there. Now Star. Playing for a 50 that never came. Trying to get this middle. Looking for a bump. I mean, I know it's like solo queue and it's a bad decision, but at some point, if you're able to get that chip across the front of the net, if you're Wyffer Wet Jets, that second man's got to go. And just like that, Wavy will find it, and they'll get on the board here. It's 3-1 now, 100X. Manny with the fake on the sidewall leaves it open for Star.
That is just a unfortunate situation to be in if you're on 100X. The miss off the kickoff. Yeah, a little awkward right there if you're last back. And Wet Jets able to find some life in game number 4, trying to make sure they don't get sweeps. That's a great clear from Perry there, but Star is on it. Perry touchdown, can't find the rebound, able to find a flip reset.
Oh,
Crazy.
Wow, that's poked around Manny. Oh, he's able to get back to it in time.
Perry touched off his own corner, gives the ball to Manny. Star with the pre-jump, pinches it in the midfield. Wavy going for the solo play here. And it's the low 50. Perry completely dunked on the goal line.
This is a great shot coming out from Wavy, showing that the guys on Wyffer Wet Jets also have solid control of the ball here. And he just does what Jared did in the first game. He just takes an air dribble and forces it through the defender and gets it in. They'll cut the lead to 1 here. We got a game, Maxine.
Yeah, this is definitely a game on our hands. It's 1 goal once again. Perry off the back wall, looking to make it a 2-goal lead, and he does.
I'm sorry, this goal just feels like watching KC this season when someone's giving them a run and they cut into the lead, and then off the kickoff, KC goes and gets it right back with one of those weird strats. That's an unfortunate turn of events for Wyffer there, and 100X will go back up by 2.
100X up by 2. Manny with the pre-jump of a lifetime. Now it's Perry for the shot behind Wavy, not quite able to find it. And Wavy full boost. Manny with the pre-jump of a lifetime, and Perry demoed as he finds a demo as he challenges. Manny with the miss on the goal line, and Wavy forced the open net.
So Perry with a big demo on that, but the ball goes into the blue half, and Manny again faking on defense. Leaves it wide open for Wyffer Wedge Jets here, and they'll get the lead back to 1. So they're only down 1 here with about 90 seconds remaining.
90 seconds remaining. They need 1 more goal to go to OT. 2 more goals if they want to win. And Perry for the 50 star, rushing, making sure no one can make a play. Oh, it's a miss! Star finds the goal. I'm pretty sure it's first goal of the season.
So Star getting on the board here as the sub. Heads up play, man. No one's in net. Just hit the ball at the net. As long as it's at the net, they do have to make a touch. No one able to get there, and they'll tie it up here with 69 seconds remaining. Manny now going to slow play. Oh, 50 by Star. Wavy going to take control now. Not a lot of boost. Perry gets it over him. Oh, and the reset over. Heads up block coming out from Wavy, and this might be a lead for them. Oh. And with 44 seconds left, Wyffer is at least making 100X consider their offensive choices here. 3 goals in about the last 45 seconds to now be in the lead for the first time in the series.
You know, 100X night, they probably want to sweep. They don't want to go down. They don't want to lose a game. They don't want to go back to 3-3, especially because that last 3-3 was closer than the one before. They had a stretch at the last couple seconds to give them 2 more goals, but before that, it was a 1-goal game. Perry finds a good beat. Wavy last back, forced to make a save out to the side. Manny keeps it in. It's a pass to Perry, and Perry ties it up.
I mean, that is a heads-up play by Manny there. He just watches the ball get hit to the corner, and he's on it so fast that as he wave dash into the wall to get that touch, Wavy is still in the air, hasn't even recovered yet to try to challenge that pass, and it pokes right around for Perry to put it in, and they'll tie it up with 16 seconds left. We have OT. So now in overtime, if you're Wyffer, you got to be liking your chances. Like, your offense may not be as good, but you just got to be the next one to score. It's not like you got to score and hold a lead to get out of this. Big 50 coming out. Manny going to try to cut this off. Effective use of speed flip there. That's a heads-up save by Wavy. I can't say enough about just the overall performance on defense by all of these Wyffer players. I mean, they really have made it as difficult as possible. This could be trouble. Perry almost doubles it into his own net.
The tactical save. Manny's forced to rush back. It's a great touch there, but it's still on target. He's able to make the save. Perry on the counterattack, able to get 1 touch, but it stopped. Star in the midfield, bangs it on net. Manny, a great clear on it. Now Wavy, last back, infinite time, but Wavy with the pre-jump of dreams, not able to find the touch. Perry clears it out to the corner. Now, Star, he has boost, going for the solo play off the back while Perry finds the save. That was Wavy to the side. Perry is there. 1 touch off the ceiling. Flip reset for Manny. Manny for the shot, and Star makes the save.
Oh, and there's a demo. It's a 1v1 on the other end. Oh, Perry able to get him 50 that at the midfield. Manny now with a glancing blow. Oh, sorry.
It's Manny making sure they don't get scored on. Perry seems to have been kind of messing around a little bit in this last game. And now Perry off the back wall looking to close it out. Not able to do it. Star clears it out to the side. Wavy's there off the sidewall. Star a little awkward, gets one soft touch. Perry now for the solo play. The classy flick. Wavy saves it on the goal line. Star, no boost, goes for the bump. Perry is there. Oh, it pitches all the way down the field. And Manny now going for the pass. It's a pinch opportunity, not able to find it on net. Wavy now one touch out. Perry's there, pops it up in the air. Star not able to find a touch. Wavy's there, getting a 50 in the midfield. Wait, now it's Manny. One touch off the ceiling. Air dribble pass to Perry, not able to find it. Oh, and it's a team bump.
Wavy.
And Wavy wins the game.
And a huge upset for Wyffer here. Losing in the last minute, able to tie it with 45 seconds left, or 44 seconds left, take the lead rather, 5-4. They give up one late, but then they go into overtime and they're able to have stout defense against the onslaught and find the back of the net on a timely 50 and an overcommit. And shout out to Wyffer for getting one on the board here. But we do go back to the 3v3 where they have yet to find the net in 10 minutes.
They went from getting destroyed to winning in overtime.
Shout out to Wavy. He had some really nice control with the ball on several instances there, showing that he too has the mechanics of any of the players on 100X. All right, so looks like we're going to head back into another 3v3 portion. This will be game 5. They're looking for to continue the series. Wyffer's looking for another dub here, or just really a goal in the 3v3. And if you're 100X, probably looking at just go ahead and take this 3v3 and call it an early night. It's a Saturday, so. But shout out to the subs and Wyffer. I mean, they had subs. They, last minute were able to get on the pitch to even play this thing. And so they could have just showed up and laid down, but they have definitely given it all. And we've got some great matches here and some great individual plays from players on both teams.
Every player on this field deserves to be here. Manny trying to open up the game, and Wavy can't make it.
This is a good cheat by Manny here. Yeah, his cheat is just a little better than Star's. And he's able to be the first one to the ball off the odd 50 on kickoff, and they go up 1. Little double commit kickoff strat coming out from 100X on this one. Nice touch by Moose. Perry going to try to meet him in the net here, and does. Star with a touchdown. Can't quite find the angle. Jared's going to collect, try to go the other way. There's chaos in front of the orange net, but somehow the ball doesn't find it. Perry here trying, and that's great control out of Perry, and they'll go up 2. There was a brief moment on that transition down to the orange net where I think 5 out of the 6 cars were using boost to kind of hover about halfway up the net height off the ground and get a touch on that thing as Manny forced it down. Heads up play there by Perry, forced that one in.
Perry, he's definitely locked in after losing that last game. He thought he could, treat these guys maybe some kind of joke, but, Wyffer WaTesla, they have definitely locked in and definitely have shown up. Lunar Echo trying their hardest, making sure they don't lose.
Big demo coming out right there for Wavy. Jared and Manny able to keep the ball out. Perry now going to go the other way with it. Moves touch forward. Jared gets a second touch on the wall. The Star will beat Perry to this. Manny last man back. Wavy gets it over him. This is trouble. And Moose is able to put it in and cut the lead to 1. That's a great touch by Star there. And then Manny gets beat to the 50 as last man. And Moose, it's just an easy open net tap in. Moose now gonna bang it forward. Wyffer got the win in the last one. Got to be feeling a little confident here. They're only down 2. Even if no one else watching this thinks they can win, I know Wyffer think they can. And so I doubt that they give up anytime soon as we hit the 3:30 mark here in Game 5. Wavy now trying to keep the pressure up. Now Star will get a turn. Wavy going to try to shoot this in and does. Oh, that's a heads-up demo across the field so that Manny can't even try to rotate back. And that'll leave the net open, and they'll tie it here with 3:09 remaining.
309 complaining, tie game. This is the first 2 goals that they have seen in the 2v2 game mode. Jared trying to get a flip reset past Star, not able to find it. Star in the midfield, getting a touch out. Midfield pass to Perry. Perry fakes the first initial touch, cuts around. Now it's Manny for the shot. Wavy with a great save. Star, no boost, is getting 1 light touch. Moves tries to redirect it, not able to find success with it. Manny clearing it out. Perry is there, gets 1 soft touch, and the pinch with Manny. Wavy interrupts it. Perry off the sidewall. Manny taking his time. 1v1 situation, cuts around him, and finds the lead for 100x Knight.
Now this is a heads-up play. Manny just gets control of it off the bounce. Just pops it over one and then shoots it back the other direction. You're really on skates there. When someone has control of the ball coming at you, cars don't move like humans. You have to commit to one direction, and usually the car with control of the ball is able to change direction faster than you can as a defender. Manny taking advantage of the physics the game allows and able to put that one in easily to give 100x a 1-goal lead.
Can they hold on to that lead, though, and win in game number 5 on 3-3, where they're most comfortable? Jared looking to close it out off the ceiling. It's still in the midfield, and Perry's able to close it out.
I don't think I don't think Jared or Star expected the waterfall touch there. I think both players were caught off guard, but Perry just circling the play. When the ball falls down between them, he's able to tap it in. 4-2 100x here with 2:16 remaining in game 5. Oh, Jared now, last man, nice touch to the sidewall. I'm going to tell you, Maxine, personally, I am not a fan of the hard touch to the sidewall, but as I've called games, I see that higher level Rocket League, that's not such an unforgivable sin. In Diamond, that's almost always getting shot right back in your net when they bang it hard off the sidewall.
Yeah, especially on that side of it, you know, banging off the sidewall is never the best play unless you're going for that coveted sidewall redirect. So many players love the shot, and I don't blame them. It takes some skill to do. It takes some mechanics to do. But when it's done right, oh boy, does it look great.
Yes, it does. And so here again, we get an open net, and Moose finds it. I know I've said it a few times. I am just so impressed with the effort that Wyffer is putting out here. Considering the circumstances to get this thing off the ground, there is no quit in this team.
There is no quit. Indeed, we're back to a 1-goal game. Star takes it back to their own side, leaving it for Moose to go up the back wall. Perry with the pre-jump. Now it's Jared with the pre-jump. Manny backflips. Wavy is there, getting a shot, but Manny, a great save. Moose off the sidewall. Star is there, off the sidewall again. Moose can't get a touch on it. Now it's Jared to the back wall for Manny to redirect it. Manny can't find the touch. Wavy makes the save. It's Moose to the sidewall. Not able to find the redirect. Perry can't find the net on the shot, though. Wavy and Star, no boost for both of them. Perry trying to find some demo, some kind of bump, some kind of physical force on the back line. Manny for the shot, and it's open. Manny, 2-goal lead for Lunar Echo. 100x Knight, sorry.
That's a
Not
big
even
play
close.
coming out. That's a big play coming out from Manny here. And they'll take a 2-goal lead with 40 seconds left in game 5. Manny now can take control. Perry gonna try to force this one in. He's able to pinch it against the back wall and keep it on the orange half. He and Wavy able to work it around, though. Manny at the midfield to cut it off. Wavy gets that one over Jared. Star here. This is going to waterfall down. This could be trouble. Perry falls down. That's a nice fall down and pinch by Perry. Manny full boost. Coming on strong now. Unable to get it into the net. But with them being up 2, this could be the last 5 seconds of the ATS Paradise Cup 3 season for Wyffer Wet Jets. And that'll do it for us here. 100X will take all 3 3v3s, and they'll win the series. The final game score of 5-3, series score 4-1. Wyffer Wet Jets, you look like the 2000 Baltimore Ravens, who, fun fact here, won 4 games in the middle of that season without scoring any touchdowns. They had trashed Tony Banks as a quarterback, and I'm telling you, that defense was nasty. Wyffer may have been on the short end of this stick tonight, but that defense was impeccable. Any of you guys watching that's under GC2, go on Ball Chasing and watch these replays again if you want to see how to play defense against teams that may be against a team that's clearly better than you. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to the upper portion of the bracket for the teams that are favorites to win the whole thing. So I go to my bracket here. And so the first one is Chaos versus 100X Vagabond. KCG, a Krusty Crew gaming team. Lots of solid teams coming out from the KCG group. We just saw a 100X team show off, and Vagabond was the only team to beat them leading up to this in their group. So expecting some quality Rocket League coming out from these two. I think we're going to take a quick break while we get everybody set up and get the pregame going. Thank you all for being here, and look forward to seeing you on the other side.
Welcome back to the Sun Tournament Series Paradise Cup 3 Ultimate Division Playoffs. Well, our lower bracket matches are done. We've already eliminated 2 teams this evening, both Wyffer Wetjets and Stryker. Vroom's runs are over. This means now we travel to the upper bracket, the upper quarterfinals, and for all the teams playing today from here on out, no chance of being eliminated, but a chance to go to the semifinals or the lower quarterfinals today. And our first matchup, pretty big one here. KCG, Chaos 100X Vagabond, joining alongside me here is Lepid and WaTesla. So far, again, we have had quite the incredible matches, quite the incredible action. Just going through what we've seen already. What's the mindset, I think, of both KCG Chaos and Vagabond? Vagabond's such a weird team getting into this point because their run has been incredible. They beat 100X Knight earlier. They now have to take on an even tougher KCG Chaos. They were in a very tough Group A. For Vagabond, they know the Knight's right below them, and this Knight roster, they played them when they had a sub. They do not want to play this Knight roster with their full players. What's the mentality, Lepid, coming into this match for Vagabond? Because it really feels like if they lose this, they're really setting themselves up to lose tonight or later and tomorrow. And boy, what a terrible end to the run it would be for such an incredible Vagabond roster.
Honestly, if they play like they did against Knight, they could possibly pull off an upset against KCG Chaos and then avoid going against Knight altogether. And see what happens tomorrow in the semifinals. But if they lose, it will be very unlikely for them to win against Knight. It'll be really hard to pull it off again for them.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you did it once, but it's really tough to do it again and again. And for KCG Chaos, I mean, we mentioned it. They're the undefeated team here, the team that went perfect on all their games. Tesla, it feels like, KCG Chaos is only setting up. Are they setting themselves up for the great fall here or against Vagabond? I mean, this is a great roster, but they don't have their full roster right now. They don't have Ant. Ant's not available right now, so it's likely they're going to play with the sub here in Brock, Talco, and then Vel. Do you think for Chaos, being the team that everybody's chasing down, do you think that's a thing that favors them, or do you think that's something that hurts them, playing as that team that everyone wants to beat?
Well, it's odd because if it was like, just a player, not missing and having to fill in for a sub, that's one thing entirely. But Ant being probably the most accomplished player on this team and being the captain of the team, being the person that subbed out, um, you know, it would be like, having to use your third string quarterback in the Super Bowl. Like out of all the people you're gonna replace, the captain's supposed to be the glue guy. And so I wonder how not having him on the pitch in comms to keep a level head should this spiral out of control, how that's gonna affect KCG. But if you're 100X, if you just saw what Knight did, you are eating a Senzu bean and getting ready to be 110% full power for this match because it becomes a much taller task if you to have to play KCG and then Knight just to try to have a chance to win it. So you'd like to get a win here so that maybe one of those two teams will beat themselves out. You don't have to play, potentially Chaos Knight and Chaos.
Yeah, it would not be a fun matchup here. And for Vagabond, again, I mean, we keep doubting this team, and we can't really doubt them too much here as on how they've been doing because this is such a talented roster. But I do wonder kind of what this team's going to be up to, what this team's going to do. Coming into this match, there is, I think, a lot to be happy about with this Vagabond roster and how they've done so far. But the Quantum 25 Esports, the only work here in this back to have 2 teams rather than just one. And I do wonder, Vagabond, I think many consider the weaker of the 2 teams, and I don't know if that's really true considering how they played so far. But have I think a lot still to prove here, and a lot that they still need to work on as Oslo, Kadance, and Cypher on that roster. The benefit is, again, they play against a KCG team that doesn't have their full roster. The problem is, this is still KCG Chaos, and their sub and Vel is still very, very high rank. This is a roster that can do it. They really do really well on the 1s and 2s modes. But KCG Chaos, I mean, this is KCG Chaos, a team that's been around for a while. They've got chemistry. They've been around for a long time. They've got a really good 2v2 team as well with all 3 of these players. The benefit is they're not getting eliminated, but it does feel like elimination for Vagabond. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I should really say elimination because they're such a good team, but I do worry about them playing against Knights later. In this bracket, in the case that they do lose. But they've already upset the Knight before, and we thought they had no chance of beating Knight. I mean, what's the chances of them beating KCG Chaos now? And I think it's decently likely. And, there's all these players are so good on Vagabond, but going to this match here, who do you have as that player on on Vagabond that we need to see show up? Who's the player on the Vagabond that needs to be that step-up player, that player that shows up? Because, I mean, all 3 players can do it, but who do you think is the player that has to stand out on this Vagabond roster for them to win in this unlikely circumstance?
I think for Vagabond, it's really going to come down to Oslo because it looks like, based on just rankings that they have in this current RL season, Aqua is the highest rated player in this match, but it looks like Rock may be higher rated than any of the other players on Vagabond as well. Now, there's always we talked about this Ant making it back before the end of the series and being able to fill in, which would put them at an even more disadvantaged situation as far as talent goes. So I think you really, again, like I said, your captain being your glue guy, Oslo, keeping his team level, making sure they don't get too excited if they, pop off early, and making sure they don't tilt if it gets out of hand quickly, so they're able to stay. They can take a good lesson from the last match we just saw. But I still feel like even with a sub, this is Chaos's to lose.
It is, and right now, we are having some issues here. It seems like KSG Chaos are not here right now. Match start time isn't in 2 minutes, so hopefully we don't have to worry about forfeit rules, but in the case that we do go past our match start time here, is the forfeit rules are 10 minutes for avoiding game 1. We'll describe the rest as we going here, but KSG Chaos, again, they've got quite the bracket to look. Again, I do wonder for Vagabond and their incredible run. Again, if they win, they're likely on the other side of the bracket here as well. Take a look at our bracket one more time before we go into our match here. Again, Vagabond, and the chances they do win, you really want to win this match, because if you win, you're likely playing against Torrent, Gelion, or portable document format, or even Serenyx. I think all of those matches are better than Knights. I don't know if you agree with me, Lepid, but I feel like any of those teams is probably better than playing against Knights. As we're getting the call, Ant's coming, Ant's here, so seems like the rest of the team was waiting on Ants, and seems like Ant will be here eventually. So, Lepid, do you think any of those other teams is better than playing against Knights? I wonder, especially with how Knights playing right now.
Yeah, there's like, if they go against Knight, I would just basically call it GG's on the day if they had to play Knight today. But again, Rocket League is a by-day game, so maybe tomorrow Knight's playing 100 times worse. It's just time to tell.
And the nice thing is, if you're going to play against Knights, you don't have to do it today. That's the nice thing about this. They get to do it. They will only have to do it tomorrow here, but for Vagabond and for KCG Chaos, again, coming in this match, as we are getting the call that KCG Chaos will be here in just a moment, let's do some predictions. We didn't do it last series, and I forgot to do it, and I feel bad, although I think all of us would have had Knight winning that matchup, either 4-0 or 4-1. This series, KCG Chaos, Serenyx, Vagabond, predictions. Tesla, I know you're looking and you're studying these teams. Who do you have winning this match, and by how much?
I mean, I think it's got to go to KCG. Only because, like, I'm looking at my own spreadsheet from all my casting, and I don't know if I've called a KCG loss. So it looks like, regardless of what team it is, anyone under Krusty's banner has been successful when I've been the caster. So I got to lean KCG Chaos on this. Hopefully, if Ant made it on time, that means he may not have won his last one's game, so hopefully he's not too tilted about that. Or maybe he won his last one and is done for the night, and he'll be, on cloud 9. So, but I got to say, this has got to be Chaos's to lose.
See about that here, and Lepid, what do you have to say now? KCG Chaos, Serenyx, Vagabond, who do you have winning this one? I think Chaos is the clear favorites, but do you have Vagabond, considering what has been probably the most impressive storyline in the entirety of the Paradise Cup 3?
Honestly, I love cheering on the underdogs. Let's go 100x Vagabond.
But by how much? How much do you think they're winning this one? And Tesla, what do you say again? How much do you think Chaos was winning this match by? Said it was... Uh-oh, I think he muted himself.
Sorry, I did. I think Chaos will win in 5. I think they'll win just like last series. I think they'll win all the 3s, and probably the 1s as well. In 2s will probably be Vagabond's bands.
And Vagabond's pretty good at 2s. Lepid, you have Vagabond winning this. How much?
I believe it'll be a close series, but I'll go to game 6.
All right, 4-2, call here, and myself, I really want to be a fan of Vagabond. I really do. I love their run, and secretly I want to see them continue, but I do agree. I think their incredible run of winning all their matches ends here against Chaos. I think they're going to have to play against Knight tomorrow, and I think it's going to be a 4-1 series as well here. I think Vagabond have what it takes. I think they have what it takes, but I can't see them winning 3s, and I can't see them being Ants, considering how good of a one-room player he is. The only player who I think who's better at 1s than he is Av, who is going to be playing later tonight on Serenyx Esports. So, for Vagabond and for Chaos, I have Chaos winning this one here. So we'll hopefully get these players in a moment here, as we are getting the call. Ant's going to be playing today, so Ant is available, so that's going to make things even worse for Vagabond. They have to play against the full KCG Chaos roster, including Ants, but give a reminder, the loser of this will have to play Knight tomorrow. The winner will go into the semifinals, and there's nobody getting eliminated, but you really don't want to play against Knights, as we're going to go into the caster screen, and we'll keep things going here. So, Lepid, the next match, just about ready to get things underway here. It is KCG Chaos, 100x Vagabond, 125 Esports won their last matchup, but that was the match everyone expected to win. This one, Vagabond are clearly the underdogs.
They are indeed clearly the underdogs, but the underdog story, they can come out of nowhere and show up because there's no expectations from them.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, there is no expectations. That's the thing about Vagabond, but I know they expect themselves to play well. I remember casting their last match, which was against Team Evo Academy, a 3-1 win that guaranteed them their top spot in their group. And they mentioned to me at the end, I had a little interview with them. They were confident in them against KCG Chaos. This is a confident Vagabond team. They believe they can win any match here, and that confidence, they need that. They need every bit of that here if they're going to beat KCG, because they're, again, underdogs, but if they have the confidence to win, I mean, they did it against Knights. They could absolutely do it here against Krusty Crew.
Indeed. I watched part of that interview myself. I was like, God, they have crazy confidence, and if they have that much confidence going into this series, Chaos, you're in trouble.
Yeah, well, the thing about Chaos is they are going to have to play with the sub after all. Brock are not available tonight. It's going to be Takua, Ant, and Vel here. So we are going to get this match underway. Again, it's another best of 7 here. So these teams are both gearing up and are go, but as wait a second, we have a little tech issue. Seems like we're having a tech pause, so 1 sec here. As we're gonna get a quick reset. I actually forgot to update the overlay, so give me a moment here. It's my tech issue. Whoopsies. I forgot to update the overlay, but hey, we'll give these teams a little bit of time. Whoopsies. I forgot something during the break. I was so busy preparing for this next matchup, I forgot. Oh wait, my overlay's not updated. But again, while we get these teams in here, again, Lepid, hopefully I don't make the same mistake twice in this matchup. We mentioned a lot about Vagabond, and we mentioned a lot about who on Vagabond needs to play well. Who do you see on Chaos being that standout player, the player that has to perform, the player that we have to see stand tall?
Honestly, we have to see Velo and Ant stand tall, especially Ant in ones. He's been playing a lot of ones tonight, which could be affected his mental, but if he goes in with a strong mind, he can take it away from Vagabond's hopes and dreams and kill their confidence.
Yeah, and you mentioned a lot about Ant, and that's one thing that is one of the weaknesses about this KC Chaos team. They do not have the extremely strong mental with Ant. Ant himself, known to be someone who has his moments where he doesn't perform very well. We'll have to see what kind of version of Ant we get today, but if it's the version of Ant that isn't performing well, they're going to have some issues in this matchup. It's going to be a lot tougher for them than it would be otherwise. So here we go, our best of 7. Sorry about that delay, everyone, but we are in the lobby and ready to get things underway. It's KCG Chaos and 100x Vagabond. Chaos on the blue, the representatives of Krusty Crew Gaming, 100x Vagabond of 100x35 Esports, and for Vagabond, an incredible story so far. They've beat Team Evo Academy. More impressively, they beat 100x Knights. Now, though, they got to take on KCG Chaos, and I mean, it's arguably probably the toughest match they've had so far, because considering that when they played against Knight, they played against the Knight roster that had a sub. This Chaos team, they are playing with their sub as well, but I think with their sub, Chaos are a lot better than Knights with their sub.
I agree to that statement fully. Chaos has a lot of experience with their sub player compared to Knight. I've barely seen play with their sub, so it could come off as a win from Chaos with their sub player. As we see, Chaos start out on the defensive end and clears it over to the corner towards Bello. Cypher doesn't get contact with the ball there. Gidonti has to get touched there, and he does. That's down the field. Oslo picks out Takua, and we see the offense start for Vagabond.
Yeah, and that's one thing about this 3v3 playstyle for Vagabond. They are so aggressive. Maybe the most aggressive team of the 8 today here. They love to play upfield, and they really don't like to stay back on defense for long. So expect Vagabond to win a lot of the 50s, to win a lot of possession, even against teams like Chaos, as they'll go again. Another shot kept away here as Cypher. The sidewall will be won out by Ant. Osclo takes the dribble, gets around one. Osclo 1-on-1 with Takua will flick this one, but it will be kept away. Here goes Cypher, stopped as well. Takua standing tall as KCG Chaos left him stranded on defense. Some huge blocks early, but for Chaos, this is not exactly the confident boosting start you want. They have not been able to get offense.
They've been stuck on their defensive end, and that's mainly because of Vagabond's strong offensive pressure. You see them just following each other's touches very well this entire game so far, and it's shutting down Chaos's counterattacks over and over again. As we see Osclo just shutting down Takua, and we'll have to follow that one up, and Kadante. Here's that one out. Cypher off the ceiling over to Kadante, and good save from Takua. And Dante trying to get past it, is able to do that. 2 players from Chaos overcommit there, and we see the defense from KCG Chaos start to struggle a little bit, but they finally get out of their half. Cypher will be last man back, gets beat by Cheerio, and the first goal of this game goes to KCG Chaos after no offensive pressure.
Yeah, and for Chaos, it's a bit of a surprise here that they would get that first goal. Just a simple whiff on the backfield from Cypher, and you said it. Bell just cleared it, beat him out, they hit the ball a lot higher than Cypher was expecting. And Chaos, I mean, this is the way that we expect Chaos to play. They're calm, they're collected, they're definitely a team that doesn't generally score a lot in their matches, especially with Vel, who generally stays a little bit more defensive, as now he's going to go for the flip reset. Okay, Dante gets that save as there goes Ants left in the midfield. Val again, just jumping into the play! Well, I mentioned it was defensive, but he's absolutely not playing the way right now. A second for Val as Ants sets him up with a beautiful lob in the midfield.
Someone needed to challenge there from Vagabond. We saw no one jump up. We also saw Osco with no boost and facing backwards. And that shut down their defensive effort, allowing Cheerio just to have a wide open net practically, and it has a shot on target. Dante clears it out, and the ball just goes the other way. Takua with an awkward touch has to clear it out. Over to Ant, gets it past one. Osco back, last man back. Cheerio goes for the double, gets blocked out from Osco, and the ball goes the other direction. Dante with a shot on, and Takua has to get it blocked there, and he's able to do such.
As the offense continues 2-0 right now for KG Chaos, and you said it, Velacherio has been amazing so far, but they're just trying to keep things calm, trying to slowly get themselves into it. I mean, this is a team that has not played all day. They haven't had any warm-up, they haven't had any time. This is a team that oftentimes starts slow, and it's really going to start slow here when they haven't even had time to warm up in this match. As that goes off the upright, Vel will keep things away. Ant waiting in the midfield, doesn't have boost, will challenge regardless, as he'll win that challenge. Goes to Vel again, and Vel, he's been playing so aggressively. He's been the offense so far for KG Chaos, and so far he's been enough to work, enough to handle for Vagabond. 2 goals for Vel. And it might be the 2 goals that KCG Chaos need as we head into the final minutes, and Vagabond still yet to score.
Indeed, and that's surprising, especially with them starting out the first like 2.5 minutes with offensive pressure, and Chaos with the counterattack for the first goal of this game. And as we see that, a great pass from Dante off the backboard for Cypher, and Cypher was the first goal in the back of the net for Vagabond.
You can't count them out. That's the thing about this Vagabond roster. Their offense is so good. Their aggression is so high up on the field. You can never really count out this team. As 25 seconds to go here as Vel challenged by K Dante. Ant waits under this, will went out on the challenge as Vel waiting upfield as Cypher it back. Takua, Ants and Vel both working together, but it's Ant's touch that will clear it away. 10 seconds to go, and Vagabond needs some plays upfield. Cypher past Takua, 2-on-1 with K Dante in support. Will pinch this one high. Vel can't get to it. Osclo keeping it up. Takua can't ground it here. No boost to work with, but he'll get the touch. And KCG, Crush Crew Gaming Chaos, will win game 1.
And that was mainly the offensive pressure from Vagabond, but Chaos was able to score the most goals, and that's what wins games. Not offensive pressure, but the amount of goals scored. You need to put those shots in the back of the net. And we see Vagabond choose 1v1s.
Vagabond here choosing the 1v1 mode. I think they chose it every single time they've gone down early in a series, so this doesn't really surprise me too much here, Lepid, but what worries me is Ants. He's a really good 1v1 player. Again, he's one of the better 1v1 players here. I'm almost certain he's going to be playing against Osclo, and while Osclo's great, I mean, clearly he is not favored to win against a player like Ants. It's going to be a very tough match for Osclo, but hey, he's done crazier things, and we'll just have to see how he does here. For KG Chaos, this is a great opportunity to go up 2-0.
Indeed, but if Ant starts out slow, like KCG Chaos usually does in this 1v1, it could end up horribly, as we saw the offensive pressure from the 3v3 start off in Vagabond's favor, but this could be easily Ant's game mode, as we see Ant being the 1v1 player, which is not surprising for Chaos, and we'll see how this game starts out.
1v1 action here as Ants and Osclo take on the challenge. ACG Chaos. I mean, Ants heavily favored in this match. Osclo's got a lot of work to do here, but ACG Chaos, again, as I said, a great opportunity to go up 2-0. And for Ants, he did just come off of a loss in his last 1v1 matchup in the RLCS 1v1 North American qualifier. So he's going to have, he's going to have a lot of pressure on him. He's definitely not going to be feeling at his maybe strongest here, but he did just play a lot of 1v1 games, and Osclo is going to definitely be the player that he is going to have to beat here, as that's a great start here. An open net for Ants, and HG Chaos on the board first.
That was an overcommit from Osclo. He needs to be careful about that because Ant, being the once player that he is, he will punish any mistake that Osclo makes, and that will be the destruction for Vagabond in this 1v1 game.
Well, a 1-0 lead here for KCG Chaos in the 1v1 as now Ant up high. Osclo will keep it off the crossbar. Ant at this point he might just play slow on this one. He's going to wait. He's going to put Osclo down to basically no boost, and once Osclo's at no boost, that's where he can really, really strike here as another challenge. Osclo still, he's got a good amount of boost control here, and in fact, he's trying to see if he can bait out Ant here with his boost, but Ant's not leaving, and now here goes Osclo's save away, and now he really has no boost. He's got to go back to defense, and again, is taking things so slowly in this game. He's wasting time, he's wasting opportunities, and now he's taking shots. 2-0 for Ant. It is a slow playstyle, but I can't deny it is very effective.
It's very effective, especially with a player who just wants to play fast. If you control the pace in ones, this is literally the game mode to do it in. Because pacing is very important in ones. If you control the pace of the play, it makes your opponent awkward and not know what to do in that pace of play. And Osclo tried to get past Ant, but Ant was just there waiting. He just wanted Osclo to commit to that. Osclo with a fake challenge on Ant, but Ant's shot goes wide, and Osclo off the backboard tries to get past Ant, and he does exactly that, but Ant will have boost and ball possession here. And Osclo goes for the early challenge, and Ant just dribbles it down the field. What a flick, and he goes for another shot, gets it under Osclo, and now Ant's up by 3.
That is a beautiful play from Ant. I mean, that flick. Osclo doesn't have boost, though. That's, again, the reason why he can't challenge. And simply put, this is a game where Ant's winning all the boost control here. Osclo doesn't have boost. He can't challenge. He can't go. He can't do much of anything here, Lepid. And, you know, in the Paradise Cup, especially in these 1v1 games, you don't have many of them in a series. And if you can't win boost, man, you really do get left behind. And Osclo, he is getting a first-hand experience of this.
He is indeed, but anything can happen in ones, especially with the amount of kickoff goals that can come out of nowhere. But Ant is not shutting down his efforts to shut down Osclo's boost amount, as we see him taking a corner boost away from Osclo. Takes it off the corner. Osclo awkward, flicks it away to prevent the early challenge from Ant, and Osclo grabs the corner, but Ant misses a wide open net, and Osclo takes it off the sidewall, goes for the air dribble of his own, gets a reset. Never mind, it's off. and the pressure starting to get to Oslo, trying to get any type of goal here in this game, while Ant just shuts him down completely. Gets a good 50, has an open net, and he takes it. Goes 4-0 in this 1v1.
Said as well, that's a 4-0 scoreline. KCG Chaos just look incredible. They really do. They really do here. And I mean, this is what Ant's doing. He's been playing a lot of 1v1 games today, so no surprise that he'd be pretty comfortable coming to the 1v1 mode here. And for Vagabond, I mean, it's their most confident game mode is ones, but I think 2s is another game mode they're confident in. Unfortunately, though, going down 2-0, and they're gonna have a tough matchup here if they go down this early, as Oslo will get his first of the game. Dribbles it right under Ant. Ant won't be happy with that goal. But Oslo, he'll just be relieved. At least he gets something, even after 3 minutes of goallessness.
That was a great delayed flick from Oslo, making Ant have to wait a little bit longer, which he did not want to do. And he was able to get it past Ant, but Ant wins the kickoff here, goes for the flick early, and Oslo able to clear that one out. Now he has boost and ball possession. He tries to take it up into the air, but the ball doesn't pop like he wants it to, and he's able to get past it anyways. And the goal deficit is back down to 2.
Vagabond trying to make that quick recovery here as Oslo catching Ant, and Ant, he stopped right before he was going to challenge that one, and when he stops like that, he doesn't get momentum, he can't keep his car moving, and because he stops like that, he can't really challenge, and Oslo, a perfect time to shoot when Ant can't move to the ball here, but scoreline as it is, Ant's still leading, and while he is not leading by as much as he used to, he can still keep control. There's not that much time to go as Oslo, playing on the defensive, will win the challenge. This could be free, and it will be right into the back of the nets. And from getting scored on 4 times, Oslo has now scored 3 straight. It's a 1-goal difference.
The momentum has switched around to Oslo's favor. Ant has to figure out a way to shut down Oslo and try to score more goals now. He needs to momentum switch in his favor instead of Oslo's, or else Oslo will take the lead. And here he ties it up, and he takes the lead away from Ant with a delayed kickoff strat, and that takes the momentum away from Ant, and we switch sides here.
And I do worry. I mean, Ant himself is definitely known for not having exactly that strong mentality, and I mentioned that's a weakness on this Chaos side. Does that become a factor now in this game? Because it's time, because he's just given up 4 goals straight to Oslo, and many of those goals haven't been as simple as they were from Oslo. Do you worry if maybe Ant's starting to feel that momentum against him, starting to maybe feel a bit of a internal emotional stress that these 1v1 games often bring?
He might be, but we will see if he's able to strike back after a complete comeback from Oslo. And as I say that, he is able to put a shot on, but Oslo was able to save that one. Gets a good 50 as well, but doesn't get a good recovery. Oslo has full possession of the ball and goes early, making Oslo awkward. And Ant has a wide open shot. He puts it in, and Ant takes down the momentum away from Oslo. And we see this game go back in Ant's hand after 4 goals straight from Oslo.
A 1-goal difference still, but if for Oslo, they're just too slow to react to that play. 32 seconds now, and for Ant, I mean, he's going to be thinking about just holding this lead, adding more to it, holding it down, not giving Oslo the chance to come back. As so attempted air dribble bump there. I didn't really like that play, and neither does anybody else. Ant will be back in time as Oslo forces him to give up the boost, conceding possession as well. Oslo up in the air. Oslo resets. Oslo! Oh, that's perfect!
Oh my god. Oslo just take all the boost away off of Ant's overcommit. Ant had to rush back. Ant was able to clear over the corner where Oslo was just waiting with the boost, takes control of the ball and able to score that great reset goal. And Ant now has to score another goal to take this game. Oslo takes the ball into the air once again, gets a bump, but the ball's a little bit too high. And Ant trying to get control of the ball here, gets a dribble off, and Oslo with an early challenge, making it Ant drop the ball, and we're into overtime.
1 goal to do it here. Oslo, man, what a win this would be if he's able to take down Ant, but he still needs 1 more as he'll It bumped away. Now he's completely demoed. Ant's got boost. He's got a net. Osco's got the wrong spawn and missed it. It's an open miss. Osco the other way. He'll take the boost. And now the control. One more chance for Osco here. Overtime to go. It's saved away. Ant keeps it off the crossbar. As Osco's chance goes wide. Ant's out of position now. Osco, that shot won't go very far. In fact, he's chasing this one back. Ant on full boost. Osco gonna catch him out here, but Ant's not giving him room. Oslo again, the flick! Save away, another block for Ant, and now it's open on his other way. That shot will go far, but he doesn't need to. Oslo went all in. He couldn't score on 3 straight chances, and Ant will take game 2 for KCG.
That was a real close one from Ant. With Oslo taking it away, that game scared me from Ant. It might have scared Ant himself too, as that got a little bit too away from him. And we see in chat there that Ant did get nervous indeed, and that might change the momentum into Vagabond's favor, even with the loss, because now Ant must be in his head with the open net opportunities that he missed.
Benefit is
But
they're
we go
up
back
2-0.
into threes here.
And the benefit is they're up 2-0 and they go back to threes, and so Ant doesn't have to worry about having to put the team on his back again here in another game. But you said it, back to threes, back to another close game. Vagabond, as we said again, it's the team that continues to surprise us in how they play against these top tier opponents. But Chaos might just be better than them right now. As for Oslo, man, he's gonna really feel that game because he had so many chances in overtime to win it, just could not take any of them. And I mean, Ant got away with one there. Admittedly, he definitely kept it close. I mean, you think about that last chance in regulation. It was an airdribble bump. It was perfectly executed. Osco's shot just went a little bit too high. There were chances for Osco to win that game, and chances for Vagabond to tie the series. Now, they gotta fight down from behind in multiple games, which is gonna be very difficult for them, considering that 2v2 is a mode that I think, again, these teams are gonna have good chance in, but they gotta win some games here, and it's gonna be tough for Vagabond to find that momentum now that the 1v1's over.
The 1v1 is over now, but we're back into threes for game 3, and Vagabond takes the ball back into their half, takes control, and we see Dante clear it out, and is able to clear it down into his own corner. That's an overcommit from one player of Vagabond there, but Velo, the MVP of game number 1 for threes, is back on the field. This could be dangerous for Vagabond with how much shots and pressure Velo put on, but now this could go either way. Oslo winning that race to the ball there, and will get in touch with boost, and he gets it past. Oslo gets a bump on Dante, and Dante rushes a touch there, and Takua gets demoed by Cypher, and will be first man on the ball, gets it over Oslo. Dante with the pre-jump, gets it past and Cypher there waiting, and Cheerio takes it over to the corner.
Yeah, and this Vagabond with a lot of pressure early, but as we saw from game 1, that pressure has not exactly resulted in a lot. Of Cypher whiffed on this. Vel's gonna have a chance. Oslo will keep it out, and Onyx Vagabond will get away with one there for Chaos. I mean, the way that they won wasn't really through the offense, it was just through getting chances, waiting for openings, because this Vagabond team has definitely shown them openings before here, and a lot of offense that Vagabond has. KG Chaos, man, they gotta play defensive here, they're definitely doing so. If you're Vagabond, if you're talking to Vagabond here, Lepid, what do you tell them? What do they have to do to win this game?
Just use each other on offense, use the outlets that you're given, demo, go for the physicality as we just see a play there, and make sure the defense of Chaos isn't able to get that boost filled up, able to save these shots coming in, but it isn't looking like they are doing that so far in this game. They have gotten a few demo plays, but they haven't shut down the defense yet from the Chaos.
Oslo will play Dante now. Oh my goodness, he just shot it past his teammates. That's gonna go in. It's an own goal for Vagabond, and a pretty bad one at that. What on earth? I mean, what on earth was Dante thinking here? Shot it straight over Cypher, and that is a gift to KCG.
KCG Chaos will gladly take that goal. Kidante tried to pass it back towards his own teammate, but sadly it pinched off the ground, goring in his own net, and Cypher was not prepared for that ball to go anywhere in the air. And Chaos just starting in the lead off of an unfortunate own goal. Cypher passes it over to Kidante. Kidante returns the favor, scores for himself, and he makes up for his error of the own goal in this game.
It's a great response there from K. Dante, finding his way back to the net, and that's just a perfect pass from Cypher. I mean, Cypher, he lays that right on K. Dante's nose. I mean, you couldn't have asked for much of a better pass from that position from Cypher here, as it's a tie game again, and for Vagabond, that offensive aggression, they're not finding a lot of success from it, but they can absolutely find more here as they'll try to clear this one away. Takua, K. Dante. He'll be left in the midfield. Vagabond, steal attack, as Ants will keep controlling for Chaos. I mean, do you wonder if maybe the way that they're playing right now is not the way they should be playing here, Lepid? I mean, it feels like the way that they're playing right now is so defensive, it's so far back, they're not getting a lot of chances. Do you think that we need to see more aggression from Chaos? Do you think we need to see them change their play style out? Because it does feel like eventually this, with how far back they're playing, it's not going to work against Vagabond.
Honestly, like, the passiveness playstyle is working so far against Vagabond, but if Vagabond start punishing them for staying that far back and starting to use each other and passing back and forth between each other, they could easily shut down the defense of KCG Chaos here in this game if they just start to go for those demo plays, stealing the boost, making the defense from KCG Chaos awkward. And we see that here, Kidante passing it over to Oslo, Cheerio able to clear that one out, and now the offense starts for Chaos. But we haven't seen much offense from Chaos. With the overcommits from Vagabond, they could start being a little bit more aggressive in order to win this game more in their favor, but they're not trying to do that. They want to just play their own play style, and it just seems to be working for them so far.
Ooh, that could have gone in from from Takua. Now goes Val. That's gonna find it under the bar. KCG take the lead late inside the last half a minute, and it's Val who sneaks that one in. It was not pretty, but it gets the job done. And for Vagabond and Chaos, both were waiting for the next mistake. Vagabond's made a couple this series. That has been the difference in these 3v3 games.
Indeed, they have Sporty, and that's what differentiates these two teams. The amount of mistakes and what those mistakes are. We haven't seen much of those the similar mistakes from both teams, and there's a miss off the backboard from the defense of Vagabond. Osco wasn't able to read this touch from A, and that just is an open net for Velo Cheerio. And this game has gotten away from Vagabond here.
X35 Esports fans definitely are holding their breath here, but Game 3 is hit its end. KCG Chaos again playing a very unorthodox way in these 3v3 games, but it is working. Vagabond is making mistakes, and Chaos are capitalizing as Vel. He'll take another one and complete his hat trick, but Game 3 is absolutely over. Now we go to the 2v2, and Vagabond, after winning against teams like Knights and Team Evo Academy, now could get swept out of the upper brackets.
Indeed, and then possibly face against 100x Knight, which can be very scary for them.
Tough match, definitely a tough position to be in, but it is 2v2. Up next now here, so for Vagabond, that was I think the mode that I think they're the most. I think I would be the most confident if I'm Vagabond, but I will have to see about that. So, I mean, at this point, it's very tough to be confident if you're Vagabond. You got to reverse sweep KCG Chaos, and I mean, with the way Chaos is playing, even with a sub, that is gonna be so tough because you got to win some VVs, you got to win twos. You likely would have to win. You might have to win another 1v1 game. I don't know if there's a lot of confidence left in Vagabond.
There might not be, but only the matches will tell. Only this 2v2 will tell who will take this next game in this series? Will Vagabond able to try to start the reverse sweep, or will KCG Chaos have the first sweep of the night?
Yeah, and I think many people thought Knight were going to have that sweep earlier, but I think their match shows just how tough it is to sweep teams in this bracket. And the fact of the matter is, this Vagabond team is no team to slouch on. They've been solid, they've been amazing all tournament long, and yet they could be the first swept team here, as we'll go into the 2v2 matchup here. So everybody's in, everybody is ready, and so are we. 2v2 action for KCG Chaos, only one game away from advancing to the semi-finals tomorrow. For Vagabond, if they don't want to play against Knight again, and I promise you they don't, they're gonna want to get their win right here and start that reverse sweep.
They want to start it bad, as we see Dante start off the offensive pressure for Vagabond, but Cheerio, the MVP of both of the threes games so far, is now on the pitch, and we will see what kind of chaos he can perform in this 2v2 game. But the ball starts out in the chaos half once again as the pressure starts to ensue. Dante with an early open net shot, and he scores early. Takua getting caught out, going for that corner boost, trying to fill up the tank. Dante sees that, goes for the open net shot, and he scores it.
It's a miscommunication there. Vel must have thought that his teammate was right behind him on that play, because it's the only reason you would ever hit the ball that far ahead of you as well. So for now, Hunter's Vagabond trying to keep that play going. Cypher to the back wall, looking for a second touch. As the play continues, here goes Dante. He'll go for the challenge and keeping things up air. Cypher, Takwa. Corner will be the play for Dante, as Vel's gonna clear this one back. KCG will race the other way. Their maybe first real chances on offense here, as Takwa to the back post. Cypher got the block. Vel will jump in, and KCG holding some offense, definitely trying to hold for time as well. But they'll keep the ball away. They'll keep the play going as it's Cypher and Dante upfield again. And for Vagabond, it was 2v2 where they won the series against Serenyx Knights. And as you can tell, they're pretty good at recognizing where they are. They have great chemistry. And Dante and Cypher they're playing above the rank level that you would expect them to be in.
Indeed, they are sporty. They started out this game with the most pressure, and they got a goal out of it. And we see a great bump from Dante on both players of the defense, but one player from Chaos was able to get back to the ball in time, and he puts his center field, and Cypher takes control of the ball, tries to get past Cheerio, and was able to do that. Dante loses the ball and brings it over to the corner. Takua has pressure, tries to get over to Cheerio, but Cypher blocks that from happening, and he takes control of the ball, gets a good 50. Dante will be first man on the ball there, and he takes control, brings it over to the backboard, and he's beat out from Takua and the crossbar. Takua takes it down the field, tries to get past Cypher, fails that, and Cheerio overcommits there. Takua able to cut off that play, and Cheerio rushes to the touch there. Cypher, another shot on. Takua with a save.
Yeah, man, there's been so much on defense so far for Chaos. They've had almost nothing to speak about on the other side of the field here, and it feels like the 3v3 game, except now in a whole different game mode, and it's a whole lot worse here for KCG as well. They'll win that challenge, but still, the reason why Vagabond's doing so well, they've got boost control, and they've got perfect synergy. I mean, this is a team, these are players who are just rotating around each other so perfectly, because compared to Topco and Vel, who themselves, don't know each other, don't play twos together, you can tell there's a very clear difference between them both. As Cypher on the dribble, the air dribble bump will connect on it, and it's a second goal. Vagabond have been slowly but surely sucking the life out of KCG Chaos, and in Game 4 with the series on the line, they have stood tall in the game mode that I think they're best in.
I'd agree with you there, Sporty. This is the game mode to lose for Vagabond, especially against Takua and Cheerio, who have little to no experience with each other. And Takua reads the whiff off the defense of Vagabond there, and able to score the first goal of the game for Chaos.
That's a huge mistake for Vagabond. May have given KCG Chaos the opening that they need to win out in this game. 94 seconds left here as will be sent back by K Dante. Vel and Takua work together. Now they'll go up the field. It is Takua with Vroom, which immediately challenged by Cypher. Vel's gonna waste out time. That's not a great touch. Cypher will shoot this one. It will be kept out initially. Takua. And, oh, Vel, he's gonna get this one back. Takua still has it. That's a team bump. Cypher's demoed. Oh, it's a comedy of errors for Vagabond. And Chaos get to watch it. A second goal. And for Cypher, it doesn't help here. He runs into K Dante. And then he gets demoed as he stops moving on defense. I mean, that could not have gotten any worse for Vagabond.
And now, just like that, Chaos are back in the game off of two very bad mistakes from the defense of Vagabond, and Chaos back with their confidence game, and we could see what ensues there. And there's a double commit from Chaos. Cheerio, last man back, tries to get past Kidante, but Kidante is able to save this ball away, and Takua takes control off the ball for a little while, and Kidante is able to clear that one out. Cypher, first man on the ball, tries to get over Takua, but Takua with a great challenge. He puts it off the backboard for his teammate Cheerio, but he has to wait for Kidante's touch, which doesn't come out. Cypher's able to help him out there, and there's another double commit from the side of Vagabond on the defensive end. This could be very dangerous and end up costing them the game if they keep on double committing like they are. And Cheerio just trying to get the offensive pressure from Vagabond away. Takua with the wall dash, trying to get down the field. 3 seconds remaining. This might go into overtime here. Cypher keeps the ball alive. Takua decides to kill it, and we are in overtime.
If Chaos can score next, they'll win this series in a 4-0 sweep. They'll advance to play in the semifinals tomorrow. For Vagabond, they would just need to keep the series alive at this point, as that actually was a decent chance from K Dante was looking for Cypher, and honestly, if Cypher stayed there, that could have been a chance to win, but that he'll back off and give the play to Vel. Takua will went out on the play here to the corner. Vroom with a bit of a heavy first touch, can still catch up to it, can't get the flip reset as K Dante will wait back. Vel again, and KCG Chaos again, waiting, seeing if maybe another opening can be there, but no mistake here! Cypher smashes it in the back of the net, and it is Vagabond who stay alive in the upper quarterfinals.
What a flick from Kidante. That shot looked on from the defense of Chaos, so they tried to commit to it, and it was slightly off. Cypher was able to rush in and score it and clean it up, taking this game for themselves off of a scary end of regulation, with Chaos catching up after the 2-goal lead from Vagabond.
As well here, it was a scary time as well as players. I mean, they have been battling here, Vagabond. They're not out of it just yet. They still have some hope left in this game here, but when you go to 3v3 again, and, I mean, right now in 3v3, the issue for Vagabond has been mistakes. That's been their issue. They've honestly controlled the 3v3 game so far, but they've made too many mistakes. And going to game 5, that's the message that I think they have to give each other. No more mistakes. No more misplays. If you keep making mistakes, if you keep making those misplays, you're going to lose this series right here. And I mean, I think you're going to agree with me on this. Chaos right now are waiting for Vagabond to play their style. Right now, for Vagabond, if they don't make mistakes, I think they're the team to win this one.
Indeed, if they do not make any mistakes, like much mistakes in threes, they could take it against Chaos. But if they keep on making those brutal mistakes as we saw in that 2v2 game, they could lose this series right now in this 3v3 game. But if they stop making those mistakes, it could go either way.
See about that, and you said it could go either way here, as the challenge won by Cypher. Takua stay on the play as KCG Chaos trying to challenge in early. And a reminder, our next match later tonight will be Serenyx Esports versus Torrent Gelion. That'll be our last match of the evening. Teams also playing in the upper quarterfinals as KCG Chaos trying to challenge as well, but it will be Vagabond. Osclo and will play to it as now Cypher to the back wall. Vel will keep things close here as Chaos, if they won't win a sweep, they just want to win it in 5. Just get done with the night, go to tomorrow, not have to worry about playing the rest of the day, as they'll get to play in front for Ants, but no shot there. And for KCG Chaos, I mean, again, they've been playing mostly defensive. We can see, though, maybe starting to turn a new leaf here, trying to play a little bit more aggressive, break out of their defense a little bit more. They realize, I think just as much as we do, that the way they've been playing their last couple games, it isn't going to win eventually.
And we see the play style from Chaos start to transition a little as we see Takua play a very close man on attack there. Then we start to see Chaos start to play a little bit more aggressive as we see Osco starting to look for those demo plays more often, and Ant takes the ball away, able to get over. Kidante tries to get past another defender, and two people from Chaos are up. Cypher beats both of them, and now the ball goes back to Kidante and Osclo, and we see the ball start going back and forth in this game. And goes for the double touch. Kidante is able to clear that one out. Takua misses contact with the ball entirely. Cheerio has to get a touch here, and he does, gets a pass too. And Cypher, last man back, able to clear that one out. And Takua trying to beat out one player. Able to do that. Kidante leaves it for Osclo. Osclo saves it. Cheerio up already. Osclo is able to beat him, and this ball starting to go the other direction.
Yeah, there's been a lot less control this game for Vagabond, a definite worry for them because the consistency in their three games has been the fact that they've been able to win the field, but clearly that is not the case right now as Kidante trying to find a little bit of an opening here. Some more bump plays as well from Vagabond. You saw Kidante jump in for one. They haven't really connected on that many, but you feel like just one well-timed bump will leave the net wide open for them. So Vagabond trying to do something new themselves, playing on the bump style, but so far it doesn't work. There's now a free shot for Ant, will be wide. Follow-up won't be there. That's a good chance for Chaos, but it will go asking us halfway through Game 5. No goals just yet, and a very even game. Probably the most even we've seen of the 3v3 games so far. It really might just be a one-goal margin here as Cypher wins that challenge. Vagabond will take this one upfield, a challenge one. Okay, Dante jumps in, and Vagabond back on offense, and I'm sure back to looking for more bump plays in front of that net.
We see the field start to transition inside of Chaos's half, but Takua is able to clear that one out, and will be first man up, but Cypher beats him anyways, and Cheerio has to get touched there. He does. Oslo will beat out Takua, but Takua reads that touch. Kidante dunks out Takua. Now there's only two men back for KCG Chaos. Cheerio gets it past one, dunks Cypher in the process, and he just keeps on being a menace with his 50s in this game. Kidante trying to get past Takua. Takua again puts a shot off backboard. Cypher clears out over to the corner. Cheerio beats out one. Osco calls out Cypher, and Cheerio up first, able to put a shot on, but it's weak. Takua up already. Osco with a 50 over to Kidante, and clears it over to Cheerio. Cheerio has space and time, tries to get over Cypher. Cypher with an awkward touch, and Osco gets beat by Ant. Kidante has to clear it out, and he does. Takua will be first man onto that, and Kidante doesn't get touched there. Oslo tries to get out of his corner, and will just wait on the sidewall. And we see this ball go back and forth under a minute left. Cypher up already, goes for the double, and Ant's able to clear that one out.
Still waiting for that one chance to open things up. No team has looked for anything, and you said it. We need to see less mistakes. We're seeing what happens when there's less mistakes. There is just nothing open on either side here. As maybe they'll look for a chance. Something has to end this game. You really feel like it may come down to just something insane. Maybe here, maybe it's Takua. Can't take it. It's Ant! Through the defense he goes. Chaos inside the final 20 seconds. And this may have just won them the series.
That was an awkward bounce for Cypher. He tried to read that off the backboard, but it just bounced off too strong for him, and it went right into the lap of Ant. Ant was able to score that, and now this game has flipped into a must-score situation for Vagabond, but both people from Vagabond commit for that. Cypher will try to carry this for last man effort, and saves it. Kidante is not able to score it off that, and Chaos able to go 4-1 in this series.
That means they'll be going to the semifinals, and for Vagabond, man, they're gonna have a rematch with Knight in that lower bracket. Boy, it's gonna be a tough one for them. But for Chaos, as expected, even with the sub, this is just a scary roster. Man, they're good. They're tough to take down. They're tough to counter here, Lepid, and they're really tough to beat. So 4-1, that scoreline here as we take a look at our bracket so far. All of our matches have been relatively short. We have not had any Game 7s just yet, but what we can say, though, is that there is clearly our top teams are staying as our top teams because so far, the favorites in each match have won their matches. So, no surprises just yet here, but our next match, Serenyx Esports and Torrent Gelion. Before we go to that one, a matchup as well, Lepid, talk to me about the series that we saw with Chaos and Vagabond. If you could describe this series, how would you have described how it went for either team?
Honestly, it was very chaotic for either team. Like there was no middle ground. There was a lot of mistakes from either end. We saw a little bit of overcommits from both teams, and Vagabond just starting to panic a little bit, which led to that first goal from it, taking that game away from Vagabond, and that just lost them the chance.
Well, the fortunate thing is for Chaos, even though they may have had some of the issues, they've gone through the series and they've gotten their victory. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, our last match of the evening, Serenyx Esports and Torrent Gelion. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the Ascend Tournament Series Paradise Cup 3, Day 1 of the final bracket here, and, well, we're only one match away from being done with Day 1. We've already eliminated two teams earlier tonight in Wyffer Wet Jets and Stryker Vroom, but we got one match to go and another semifinalist to confirm, as well as another lower quarterfinals match to confirm. Serenyx Esports versus Torrent Gelion here. Joining me is Maxine and WaTesla. So, one more match, one more best of 7, and again, reminder, no elimination on the line here, but I know for both these teams, they want to perform well, and for Torrent, I mean, both these teams are definitely high seeds in this tournament, so I'm sure they have a lot of pressure on themselves to perform, but coming to this match, Serenyx Esports, a solid roster, used to be known as Esports, got picked up by Serenyx literally only a few days ago, so, I mean, this roster hasn't changed at all, and they're scary. Av, Temp, and Saraki. Av, a top-tier 1v1 player. Temp, Saraki, amazing teammates, amazing at 2s as well. I think if you're Torrent Gelion, you've got yourself probably the worst team to face off against on day 1. But you're going to have to play the match you have here. As Averted, Nave, and July show up for Torrent Gelion. They've had an amazing group so far. They're definitely one of the tougher ones. Having to beat out the Wyffer Wet Jets and Stryker Vroom, both of which were in this top 8, but who also got eliminated. Coming in this match here as well. I mean, you know, the Serenyx team is top tier as well. WaTesla, we've been talking all about the Serenyx team, about how good they are, about how top tier they are. This is a team that has won so many different events. What is it about this Serenyx Esports team that makes them so good? And, you know, other than the fact that they are super, super high rank.
Well, I say it time and time again. It's familiarity. These three have played together for quite a bit. Whenever you can see the things that are happening and know what your teammates are doing that aren't being calmed, like you're like in that flow state. Those teams are super solid because if somebody's a little too high or a little too low and the comms are not quite there, they just inherently know where they're at. And I think that blended with all of their mechanical ability makes them a solid squad, and that's why they are usually at the top or near the top of every league they play in.
I know you mentioned as well that this team is extremely top tier, but the question continues here for Torrent Gelion. Both the other teams in their group are now eliminated in the top 8s, and I think many people coming in this event said that Group D was going to be the weak group here, considering that the top team out of it would have had a very tough time winning this upper quarterfinals. Do you see this group as a weak group? Do you see this group as maybe a group that has sort of been given easier opponents, or do you think Torrent Gelion is going to really, you know, allow themselves? Is Torrent Gelion going to be able to flourish considering the circumstances?
Well, I guess I'm going against the desk here. I actually think Torrent Gelion takes this. I've had the chance to watch some of their scrims. I'm buddies with some of the guys at Torrent, and I'm looking for them to pop off. And they went undefeated up to this, and so I don't see any reason why they don't have as good a chance as anyone to take this one. So I'm actually leaning that way.
What do you have to say, Maxine, about, you know, the chances of this Torrent Gelion roster?
Well, all I gotta say is I wish them good luck. This is the Serenyx, formerly known as team. I have seen them multiple times. They honestly destroy the likes of some of the other teams in this tournament. KCG Chaos, a familiar opponent of them. As far as I'm aware, they are 3-1 against them in other leagues that they have been paired up against. And the times they've been in them, KCG Chaos has only been able to get 1, maybe 2 games off of them.
Yeah, this isn't KCG Chaos. This is Torrent Gelion. This is a different roster. But I know what you mean here. I think many people consider Chaos the top team here, and yet NXT Esports have had a pretty good record against them. But they aren't playing against KCG. I guess they'll be pretty happy. I guess they will be happy enough with that here, playing against Torrent Gelion. But both these teams, they said they want to join in. They want to get this series underway. Before we do that, we got to get predictions underway. So WaTesla, you got Torrent Gelion winning this one, but by how much?
Well, just I'm here for a game 7, so I'm gonna call it in 7 just because I want to see 7.
We haven't seen one today, and I feel surprised that we haven't seen one yet. We've had so many good matches here, but Maxine, do you agree? Do you think we're going to see Game 7, or who do you think is going to win this one, and by how much?
I think Serenyx Esports has this one in the bag, and to be honest, I think they win neither 5 or 6.
So you got to make a choice here, 5 or 6. Which one?
For the content, 6.
Another 6-game series here. I'm not nearly as confident. I think it's going to be 4. I have Serenyx Esports winning this as well. So, clearly, the desk is a bit split. We'll see what all of you think. Prediction poll being up and all. But let's get into this matchup. It's our last match of the evening and our last upper quarter finals here.
it'll be interesting to see here in the early going exactly who's able to take control of this. Everyone seems to be leaning the Serenyx way. Um, I think Torrent Gelion's gonna be able to show out here at the first and at least show that they're close to equal.
Indeed. If Torrent Gelion is able to take this game by storm, it will surprise most of the people from the desk and show why they could be so strong, but they have Goliath in their way in Serenyx Esports. Will they take this storm by surprise, or will they just dominate in this series? It's time to find out as game number 1 kicks off in 3v3 fashion. Who will win? Who will lose? Only time will tell.
But immediately off kickoff, it's going to go to the blue half here. Hey, with a touch across middle. Oh, what an angle for Averted. Immediately, Gelion coming out quick here. Heads up play from Averted. Nave, this is a great off kickoff. Just gets a nice soft touch across the middle. Averted with a nasty angle.
Able to start this game off right. That's exactly what you want to see if you are a fan of Torrent, but this is not what you want to see on the side of Serenyx Esports. Sorakai tries to start off the offensive attack for Serenyx. Oh, Soraki, my bad. My fault.
Nave
And
now going to take it from Averted. Go upfield with it. Av going to hit it hard off the wall. Gets the double. It's a shot. July's able to cut it off.
Dave passes it down to Averted, and Sorakai tries to pass it over to AV and gets cut off by July. And Averted trying to continue on the offensive attack for this team of Torrent. Gelion, Temperate, tries to pass it down towards Sorakai. Nave trying to get past one. AV continues on the offensive attack, tries to get bump on the defense, and Nave able to clear that one out. Temperate tries to put a shot on, and Averted trying to take this ball away. And AV demos one and touches the ball as well, making the defense of his own team awkward. July trying to take the ball down the field. Sorakai just taking the ball away, taking it past Nave, and Averted will challenge, win the 50, flicks it over Temperate, but Temperate able to say that one away. July will be first man up. AV with a good block, and Sorakai trying to continue on the attack for this game number 1.
Temp now going to hit it into the orange corner. Averted's trying to get it out. Temp back on it. Second touch may not have been to his liking. Soraki can't get there. That's off the post and out. Goal being the 4th player here for Torrent. And so halfway through game 1, Serenyx might be the heavy favorite, but Gelion holding their own. Find themselves up 1 here. Averted going to collect in the corner. Full boost goes over 1. Drops it down the wall. Soraki will take this. Hits the reset. Opts not to use it. July will tap it over. Now AV's there. Nice landing there. Gets back behind the ball. Averted's going to try to hit it into the corner. It's kind of slow playing here in the orange corner. Neither team really wanting to relinquish the position they're in. Gelion been on defense for about 25, 30 seconds now, though. I have a pretty good belief that once you pass the 20-second barrier, it's really hard to keep it out. We're doing well thus far. Serenyx now. Av off the sidewall. Averted going to go first. Nave wisely just waiting to see if he gets dunked. July. Big touch middle. Averted going to take the shot. What a save by Soraki. And 3 minutes into this one, Lep, what do you think Serenyx has to do to get into this?
They have to start implementing their physical gameplay and shutting down the offensive pressure that's coming out from Torrent, Gelion, Temperate, trying to put a shot on for themselves. Averted passes the ball down the field, tried to get over to July. AV able to clear that one out, and now we see the offensive pressure start to mount for the side of Torrent, Gelion, and Sorokai trying to get past averted. July taking the ball away. Goes for the reset. He doesn't get it, and he takes it back down to the ground. AV wins that race. Averted passes it over to Dave. Dave puts the shot a little bit wide, and now the ball goes the other direction. Temper will try to race Averted, doesn't win that race, and AV just takes the ball away. Sorokai with the demo on Averted. This might be the chance that they need, but Averted was able to clear that one out. Temperate push over to the backboard. Dave, last man back with low boost, and he's able to save that one. AV with a shot on. July with the save. Temperate back on the ball. Now we see a lot of offensive pressure coming out from Serenyx, and July trying to get it past AV. AV trying to dribble it past Averted. Gets it past one. Dave gets it out, and we see the offensive still going for Serenyx, and July trying to get down the field. Sorokai leaves it for Temperate, and July will have to wait for that touch. One goal down. Serenyx is still. What do they have to do to score, WaTesla?
I'm not sure because this is better defense than I expected. I thought Gelion would be able to outscore them. I didn't know that they were going to be a stonewall in the net. This is trouble. With no time left, they give up a goal and tie it with 4 seconds remaining. Great heads-up play coming out for Saraki there.
And we might be going into this early overtime here, or will we see a kickoff strat here to take this game away? We are about to find out here. Averted wins the race to the ball off the cheat, and AV gets bumped off. July trying to kill it, and he does. This game is now into overtime.
If you're Gelion, you played rock-solid defense for 4 minutes and 54 seconds. No reason you can't lock it back down and tap another one in here. Big clear coming out for Saraki. Now, that's a great touchdown by Av, but it won't find the back of the net. Saraki now on the dunk. Oh, and it just gets in. No one can get a bumper on it. And after trailing for 4 minutes and 54 seconds, Serenyx bring it back and steal game one by a score of 2-1. Brilliant shot from Saraki there.
Saraki taking this game away from Torrent Gelion. He's able to start out the offensive attack for Serenyx and takes this game away from the early lead from Torrent, who was doing an amazing job on defense for the longest time in this game, but in the last minute they literally stumbled, and now we go to game 2, and this is Torrent Gelion's choice. And Torrent chooses ones. And we will see who's on the pitch for this game. Who do you think it is, WaTesla?
Gotta be averted. Out of these 3 players, in my opinion, out of a lot of the players I've watched, has really good shot placement. He's one of the more accurate shooters that I've seen at his level. So, and you saw that on that first goal. That was a nasty angle he hit to get that one started. Oh, it will be July though. Okay.
And we go into game number 2, 1v1 of Torrent Gelion's choice, July versus Ava. And we see AV start his attack in this ones game. July grabs the boost, doesn't get the ball possession though, and AV has ball possession, gets a musty, that ball's in, what a mustard.
Wow.
And we start this from a crazy mech play, and July was not able to save that one, and this might start to tumble for July early in this ones game off of getting a clipped on.
Well, I have to say, that's probably the best shot we've seen all night in all 4 games. So shout out to Av. That was a nasty musty. but at least it's still early. And in ones, it's not like in twos or threes. In ones, you can get a lot of goals back quickly. And here, July acts like he's going to use the reset, takes it to the ground, and is able to just get it by Av and tie it up here.
That was a great fake from July, making AV think he's going to use that reset that he got, but July just chooses not to. July has ball possession, flicks it, tries to score it, but it's just off the crossbar. AV takes ball possession, tries to flick it over July, but July gets back in time, rushes a touch, and doesn't get it. And AV starts to mount his attack, but July is able to take the ball away. Gets up into the air, goes for another reset, decides to use it this time. AV is able to take it back, and July has to save it here. He does exactly that, and we still see the offense start to mount for AV. July able to save that shot, but we still see boost possession go inside the side of AV. AV is able to score that one, and July is now down by 1 goal once again.
Well, that was a really smart play on the miss just before this. Av drove right at him, and he calls July to jump so he could beat him to that corner boost again, and that was his third shot against him with no boost, and finally he cracks him, and he'll take a lead 2-1 here in the ones portion of game 2.
AV flicks over July, gets another goal in, and he's up by 2. Off of a early challenge from July, what a flick that goes off the backboard, and AV just has a wide open net to score, and he does exactly that.
Yeah, that's a heads-up play to capitalize off getting possession close quickly off the kickoff. Interesting kickoff here. Elects to fake it, so he allows July to get full boost and take it at the half court. They go down and then up, and goes under again. July, with the faking the up to go down, has scored both of his goals off the same premise, just from 2 different angles. Again, Av expecting to take a challenge up high, and July just tucks it in underneath him. Gets within 1.
And now we see July starting to fight back, but AV tried to shut down this comeback from July. July takes the ball up into the air. Once again, AV is waiting for the reset to happen. That's off the post, and July rushes back, gets a touch on the ball, but AV takes control, gets a flick on, and he takes the lead back up to 2, just like that. Off of a touch from July. July left the ball, and AV just is like, my ball, my goal.
Just a textbook 45-degree flick there coming out from Av, and he'll take a score 4-2. July now gonna let Av take it back to his half off kickoff. So Av will have full boost and first go at it here. He comes off the corner confidently, tapping it down. That first touch may not have been what he wanted. July able to take it away. See what he does here. Elects not to go to the sealer, but just get a regular reset, and then pinches it around. Av just, July working the ground, and Av unable to move at all there. When you're flat-footed, the change in momentum is really hard to get going, so if you can pinch it far enough that the flip won't reach it, it's really hard to defend. Heads-up play by July, and he'll get back within 1.
But as we've seen before, will July able to tie this game up, or will AV able to take the lead back up by 2? July tries to put a shot on, but that shot's weak. AV is able to take control of that ball, takes the boost, and July just starting to try to score his 4th goal, to just try to tie it up. He's staying on the ball, taking all the boost. He doesn't know AV still has boost, and now he definitely does not know. Now he knows he has boost. And July just waiting on a chance to attack, but AV gets a demo, and now the ball just starts to roll back towards AV. AV just waits for it, wastes off time off the clock. July goes for the fake challenge there. AV tries to flick over July. July clears it out, and he doubles it off his sidewall, and AV takes his time once again. Gets a flick over July off of a wave dash. And this shot might be on, and it is. AV takes the goal. Deficit back up to 2.
Well, that was heads-up defense to begin with by Av, but I think he got too heavy of a touch coming off the wall out of the corner there, and so he allows Av to get up and play it first, and Av wisely flicks it over him on the early challenge and able to tap it in to go back up by 2. Av doing a good job of maintaining at least any amount of cushion, so even though he's giving up a goal, he's able to get one back every time. July now, the slow play it out of the corner. Av going to cut that off. Elects to save his boost rather than try to do something flashy. Now he'll go at it. Nice save by July. Av trying to give July a taste of his own medicine. Go to the ground with it. Now July going to try to flick. It's a good flick, not the most power. Able to be saved by Av. He tries to follow it off the back wall and will. Able to prevent a shot on there. Now July having to just go back and get boost. Av nearly full boost. Rips it. Gets the demo. July will get the stop. Last 30 seconds here left. What do you think July needs to try to do to get back into this?
Just try to be a little bit more aggressive now since time is starting to run out a little bit here, and AV just scores right there. Scores the goal, takes the deficit up to 3 this time. July didn't even jump for that. And Av just starting to take this game away.
Now that was a heads-up play by Av there. He caught July flat-footed. And off the kickoff, he'll get one with 22 seconds left, though. He's got a lot of work to do in this one. Av's defense has been stellar. I mean, he stayed on defense with like over 70 boosts for like nearly 40 seconds on that one exchange there in the blue corner. So it's going to be a little bit of work to break him down, I believe. Oh, Av able to get one right back.
Wins the kickoff right away with the stalled kickoff, waiting for July's touch, and he just lets July just bang the ball right into him, and he takes that goal deficit back up to 3 with a little under 20 seconds left on the clock. July fakes off the kickoff, and he's able to win a kickoff goal of his own with 13 seconds left on the clock. He needs to score 2 more kickoff goals, or else this game will go on the side of Serenyx once again.
And if you're July, I like that play rather than just trying to outcompete him, just try to come up with something cheeky here, take a nice 50. Here you go with the quick flick, and with 10 seconds left, we got a game, Lep.
We do indeed have a game. Ones is never short of kickoff goals, and nothing is out of reach for July here. But Av needs to start shutting down the chances of July if he wants to win this game. Take the series lead up to 2, and he decides to waste out time instead. He waits for July to challenge, and he just lets the ball down, and Serenyx Esports takes the lead up to 2.
Yeah, it was a heck of an effort there by July, but Av able to capitalize and then do a little trickery of his own there, just letting the clock tick out without ever putting a touch on it, forcing July to come up and falling back, so he just hits it flat on the ground. Serenyx will go up 2-0 here, but we're back to the 3v3 portion now. See if Torrent can get on the board or if they go down 3-0.
They started off that game number 1 off strong in the 3v3, but last minute efforts from Serenyx Esports was able to take that game away. If Torrent Gelion did not do the same thing they did in game 1 and just keep on the offensive pressure and score more goals than just 1, they may be able to take the 3s games and maybe perhaps win one of the 1s or 2s, whatever comes in that game 6 scenario, if that comes with the win of a 3s game.
Shout out to both of these. This may have been the most competitive one thus far through 2 games. Both both games being one-score games. All right, so let's see who wants it more here in game 3. We're back to the 3v3 portion. Immediately off the kickoff, averted with a big dunk on their half. Gelion trying to get an early kickoff goal again as they did in game 1.
And July does exactly that.
And again with a cheeky first angle. If you remember, they had a cheeky angle from this same side of the net for their first goal last game. Or in the first 3v3. Shout out to Gelion abusing the right post here.
And July winning the kickoff. We saw that in ones, but Sorakai winning that race there. Temperate wins that race.
Oh, Soraki got a ceiling reset.
Trying to score there. He tried to score, but the defense from Gelion back on top. They need to get out of their half, or else Serenyx can score. Just not able to clear it out of his own half. Averted. Or, sorry, my bad. Nave trying to put it center for his team. Temperate leaves it for Av takes the ball up, trying to put it under, and Temperate able to score the first goal for Serenyx early in this game this time, taking the lead away from Torrent Gelion.
Well, that was great defense by Averted to get up and take that ball away just as Av got the reset. But Temp was following it, and it dropped right down to him in the middle of a rotation, and no one for Gelion was back yet. And so already we have a 1-1 tie here, unlike in game 1. Well, Soraki going to go for a double.
July up, trying to get the corner. We see a little bit of awkwardness in the corner there, and Temperate leaves it for Soraki. Temperate, first man on the ball, fakes out one, tries to get Averted awkward. Soraki wins that race. Nave trying to get past his own teammate there. Soraki over to Av, Averted, trying to get out of his half. July clears that one out. Temperate blocks that pass to Averted, and Nave trying to take control of the ball. July gets it past one, but the offense from Serenyx is starting to mount. Averted trying to clear that one out. Temperate off the backboard, but Nave able to block that one out. And we see the ball start to switch sides a lot more in this game than the first game that happened. The ball gets cleared out of Torrent's half. Averted clears it over to Dave. Dave tries to go for the redirect, but he doesn't get contact. And Av leaves it for Soraki. July dunks out one, goes for the bump on one. Dave tries to push shot on, but Temperate able to clear that one out. Averted takes time, and Temperate clears it out. Dave goes for the double off the sidewall. Av able to block the pressure from happening in that play, and Temperate trying to continue the offensive onslaught. Averted decides to fake it for Dave. Temperate puts a shot on. Averted not able to clear that one off for very long, as we see Sorakai back on the ball, puts it over to Av. Av goes for the double, and he puts it center. Av over to Temperate. Temperate scores. What a passing play from Serenyx there in that play.
Yeah, Serenyx, they just got a series of consistent touches that were dangerous right there in front of the net. And at that point, everyone from Gelion had to commit to one touch or another, and there was still Temp there, last man to tap that one in. And Serenyx will take a 2-1 lead here with 2 minutes remaining. Averted immediately off the sidewall here. Gonna let this fall to Nave. He's gonna get it over one. It's a 50 that he wins with Soraki, but Temp will be the first one to it. Allows this to fall down, elect not to touch it. Averted now trying to get it out of his half. Just like in the first game, Serenyx has had more pressure on offense than Gelion, but in the first game, Gelion was able to weather the storm a lot more. But just like that, Averted off the ceiling, I believe, will tie it up. Oh no, he was just high. Oh no, he was just high in the air. following that up. I thought he fell down off the ceiling for a moment. That's a heads-up play coming out from Gelion, and they'll tie it at 2 with a minute 27 remaining.
Play happened because AV tried to get a control touch off of his own backboard, but ends up pinching it, and it just goes for a waterfall. AV tried clearing it up for his team and averted. There's that one out. Temperate, last man back, able to get past one. July up already, goes for the double touch, but that bounces down. Knave tried to put a shot on, but that's weak. Averted. First man back on the ball, wins out the race in 50. AV tried to get over to Temperate. July goes for the sidewall double. Good block from Temperate. And good pass from Knave over to July. July takes the lead once again for Torrent Gelion.
You know, Siraki breaks up the sidewall double there, but it falls down, and Torrent's able to get a shot off before Av can get there on defense. Heads up play, and they'll be ahead by 1 with 52 seconds remaining. We were here in game 1. They were leading by 1 in the last minute. Let's see if they can hold on here.
July winning the race there. Temperate trying to get out of his half. Averted will be waiting on the wall there. Loses that 50. And this ball is starting to go the other direction. Av loses that race, and Sorky, first man back on the ball, gets an awkward touch. Av has to be there first to get contact, and Knave just making the defense from Serenyx start to panic a little bit. Av goes for the reset, doesn't get it, but Sorky tries to continue the pressure. Averted with a good block. 3 seconds left on the clock. The defense for Torrent has held out. It's 0 seconds left on the clock. They have to score here if they want to win this game, but Torrent takes it instead. This series is now indeed a series with WaTesla.
Yeah, Torrent comes out. They're able to hold on in this 3v3, but having lost the first one, they're going to have to get a win in one of these other modes if they hope to take home the dub this evening and move on in the tournament. And if you're Serenyx, like you've been playing great. I feel like this is the most evenly matched series we've had all night so far. Even if it may have not appeared that way on paper, it's been a banger so far. That's for sure, Lep.
Indeed. We will see what happens in this 2v2 game mode here. And we will see who will take that game. Will we have a guaranteed game 6? And that's only if Torrent Gelion takes the 2v2 game mode. Or will Serenyx take it away and go on match point for game number 5? Only time will tell on Silver Heights. Let's get this game underway. Are you ready, Tesla?
Oh yes, 2v2 may be my favorite mode to watch in all. So I've really been looking forward to these portions. Even Averted now going to try to hook up for Torrent Gelion. Averted, that's a nice pinch to get things started to buy his guys a little time, but they have both full boosts on Serenyx here for this first offensive effort, and he'll get around 1. He doubles it. Oh, we got an own goal. And right immediately, both Serenyx players get full boost. They take off on offense. Siraki able to get it behind both players. And Averted accidentally touches it, trying to get around to clear it, and taps it into his own net. It'll be 1-0 Serenyx here in the early going.
We saw an own goal earlier today from Kidante in one of those series earlier. And Averted trying to make up for that mistake that he made this time in this game, in this series. Will he do it, or will that one goal, own goal from Averted, be the reason why Serenyx are on match point? But Temperate scores the second goal of this game on his own without the help of Torrent Gelion. Knave tries to block it. Sorky tries to help out Temperate to 50 it into the net, and it goes in. And now this game is slowly starting to get away from Torrent.
Averted now with full boost. Oh, that was a crazy challenge from Temp. Gonna get this tapped into the blue half though. Averted, no boost, but he's trying to stay close as first man. Neither Gelion player has any boost right now. Nave wisely goes back and grabs a corner. Serenyx gonna get the other one. Averted now, big touch. There's a demo. Averted is taken off the pitch. Temple, you try to use this gap in the defense. He can't get it through. Somebody's there. Nave for the save on Serenyx's touch. Nave, no boost, just trying to be first man and cause some havoc. Gets a first touch close to the net. A second touch will clear it. Taken away by Serenyx there. Nave faking in the corner. Now he's going to try to get a pass over maybe. Temp takes it from him. Serenyx is going to try to get this shot off. Averted wisely meets him in the air. Great save coming out from Temp.
Averted takes control away. Serenyx trying to make sure the side of Torrent Gelion doesn't get out of their half. Temper takes it up into the air, tries to go for the reset, gets blocked out from Nave, and Averted takes control there. Serenyx, early challenge, making Averted work for his touch, and now we see the overcommit from the side of Serenyx. Low boost for Torrent Gelion. That flick goes nowhere. Averted has no boost, still in the tank. Nave trying to collect pads, just trying to get down the field so Averted can have boost in the tank, wins that race to the ball. Still, no one on the side of Torrent Gelion has boost. All the boost is on the side of Serenyx, and we see the ball get centered, and Temperate goes off for the ball now, trying to center back for his teammate, but Nave takes control of the ball. He had both players from Torrent has boost in the tank now. Nave gets a demo on the last man back. That's balls off the backboard. Serenyx able to clear that one out. The ball bounces out and high for Temperate. Averted will be first man on the ball. Puts a shot on, and Temperate able to clear that one out.
Oh, sorry. Nave now trying to get a shot on. Serenyx's going to take it down the field. Averted takes it away from him. It goes hard off the sidewall. Averted there to collect. Nice catch. Pops it over one, trying to force it in. Serenyx gets back on defense. The defense from Serenyx here in the 2v2 has been truly impressive. And Torrent, Averted there faking on the blue half, have not had the best boost management in this 2v2 portion, I'd like to say. Serenyx has kind of gotten their way most of the match. Serenyx now slow play, full boost, trying to get it around. Averted able to get back behind it though. Serenyx with a half flip. If this is down, it's in. Oh, that's off the crossbar and high. There's a double fake in the net. Nave shoots. Temp able to come back squishy save style and scoop it out.
Temperate
Temp
almost scores there. Serenyx trying to continue the offensive pressure that Temperate's putting on. Double commit on defensive end from Torrent Gelion. Temperate over to Serenyx. Serenyx takes the ball up into the air, gets a reset, gets it over to Nave, but Averted able to clear that one out for the time being. Temperate rushes back, and Averted scores the first goal for twos. 30 seconds left on the clock about. What a shot from Averted, seeing the open net opportunity because Temperate pushed too far up the field, and Torrent are back in this game just like that. They need one goal to tie up this game.
And I really feel like this is the series. After what we saw in the first 1v1, if Serenyx is able to hold on and win this here, there's not enough 3v3 left for Torrent to get the win. And they'll tie it with 6 seconds left. They get one back in the last 10 seconds of their own. Return payment for the game, one comeback. That's a heads-up play by Nave to just tap that over.
6 seconds left on the clock. Will we see a kickoff strat here? Both players getting a solid 50 on either side. That ball is down. We are in overtime. In game number 4, will we see this series tie up, or will we see a match point averted with an early shot on? Both players from the defense of Serenyx go for the ball. Knave scores. Now, Torrent Gelion able to tie up this series. Double commit off with Sorky and Temperate in the corner. And we see this series tied up from a great play from Averted and Knave.
Yeah, that's a heads-up play by Knave there on the double commit. He's able to rush in and beat everyone to the ball to tap it in. But if you're Torrent now, after having game 1 stolen and then kind of getting handled in game 2 in the 1v1, you're able to come back, get 2 in a row. Now we got a best of 3, and 2 of them are 3v3 portions, which you've been able to hold your own for all 10 minutes of our first 2 3v3s. So if you're Torch, you got to be feeling real good about your chances. Shout out to Torrent for not giving up, because they were down so long and didn't even score their first goal until very late, and then get the second goal 6 seconds remaining. Just heads up Rocket League coming out from both teams here. But we got a series. We haven't had one tied 2-2 going into game 5, I don't believe. Definitely an evenly matched one here.
Now, we will see what happens in this next 3v3. Will Serenyx take the series lead back, or will we see the first series lead on the side of Torrent Gelion? Only this match will tell. We are in it now as we see Knave start out the attack. Ava trying to put a shot, and the first goal in is on the side of Serenyx Esports. Av flicks it high. July doesn't read it. Temper with an awkward angle scores top right corner. We saw that happen in both of the 3's games, but it was on the side of Torrent Gelion instead.
Yes, so this series has been all about abusing the right post on kickoff in the 3v3. All 3 games have had a scored against that right post in the opening seconds. Shout out to them being very aggressive on the kickoffs. But I guess now we're at game 5. The feeling out period is over. No one's being cautious now. We're just getting full sends. And Temp, he's on the board again, gets his second one here in 35 seconds. So Serenyx wanting to go on match point here. And for the early 2-0 lead.
What a pass out from Av to Temperate, allowing Temperate to have free space with the ball. Both defenders for Torrent turns up and allows that second goal to go in. Sorky trying to center it back towards his teammate Av. July beats him. Knave backflips, leave it for, and we see a double commit in the corner there. Averted, takes the ball back, takes time. Sorky wins that race to the ball. July trying to make the offense of Serenyx start to panic a little bit, attempting to, but that doesn't work out. And Sorky able to clear that one out. July off the corner. Temperate puts the ball back into the ground. Av takes the ball up into the air. Averted, trying to clear it out. Temperate gets a reset, trying to put it over too, and he does. This is a hat trick for Temperate. What a reset. And Averted doesn't get the touch he wants. And this goal just goes right in off of a team bump.
I mean, that is a brilliant shot coming out from Temp there. He got on that ball so quick from that pop, and he has scored a hat trick for his team. And Temp says that he's ready to put his team in the backpack and carry him to victory here. Really showing out here in game 5. That ball's going to drop down. Temp is going to go again. This time he leaves it for Saraki, and it gets in. There was a... Okay, so Knave got a demo going across. Oh, on Av rotating back out. Oh, the shot was just behind averted and he couldn't get to it. I was wondering how that squirted through, but they find themselves up 4 in less than 2 minutes. Serenyx dominating game 5.
Indeed, they are. But we're starting to see why they are the higher ranked team out of the two teams here. But they have awoken in threes now. This could be dangerous for the side of Torrent. Gelion. Wins that 50 out and averted last spin back, gets demoed, and July will clear that one out. Temperate gets an air dribble out towards Av. Trying to put a shot on, leaves it for averted. Open shot, leaves the ball, and Temperate passes it back to Av. Nav takes the ball possession here. Averted takes the ball away. Zarki goes up, passes it over to Av, and July winning that race to the ball. They have to score here to earn a chance in this game to come back. Av gets a reset, and averted trying to get out of their half, but they have been stuck in their half this entire game so far, WaTesla.
Yeah, it's amazing. It seems like the uptick in speed that Serenyx has brought on here in game 5. And to be fair, they've got a really good thing going. Av is working to try to facilitate from the periphery. Saraki seems to be dominating the middle, and every time Temp touches the ball, it goes at the net. As just as we say that, July's able to find a gap in the rotation and shoot this in, cut the lead to 3. Yeah, you get 2 blue players there in the corner, and then Saraki is late on the challenge, and July pokes it around. And so with 1:35 left, they're down 3. A lot of work to do, though.
Indeed, they might be just trying to score at this point just to get their head back in the game, trying to gain back their mental from getting absolutely shattered in the first half of this game with the absolute bombage from Serenyx Esports in this game. But I wouldn't be surprised to see more goals come out from either side. Only time will tell. That's a crazy team pitch down the field. Only if I could see how fast the ball went there. And Soraki will clear that one out for the time being. July takes the ball up into the air, goes for the air dribble, but Temperate, first man on the ball, challenges that one. And Av takes control off his own backward, tries to go for the full way, but July able to clear that one out. Averted, wins the race against Temperate. Soraki tries to beat out July. July with the early challenge there, and Temperate over to Av to double commit from the side of Serenyx Esports, and Temperate trying to clear it away. See another double commit, and averted. It will clear that one out. 20 seconds remaining. Sorky over to Av. Av pushes that shot wide. Knave up. Gets beat out by Temperate. Temperate goes for the double. Doesn't get it. Sorky over center for his teammate, but no one goes for that ball. Averted trying to kill time at this point. And this ball will go down. It will be 4-0 on the clock very shortly here. And that ball is down 4-1 on the side of Serenyx Esports. We will see what Torrent takes for game number 6.
That was a dominant performance coming out from Serenyx here. Torrent, they've shown resilience, having given away game 1 late and then getting beat in game 2 in the 1v1 to win the next 2 and tie it up. Serenyx, though, like a heavyweight fight, comes back with a hard left hook. Definitely have Torrent staggered. Now they're on their last life, so Torrent's got to win out here, or Serenyx will be moving on in the upper bracket, and Torrent will be playing in the early lowers tomorrow. On the plus side, neither team goes home after this. This has been an excellent match. So I would assume surely Torrent's going to pick 2v2.
Perhaps they will take ones. We are just waiting to find out here. They are talking about it here, trying to strategize to see what they have the most faith in, and we will see here shortly what they choose. They choose once again.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
July wants his rematch against Av.
Shout out to July, just pushing all his chips to the middle of the table here and says, let's do this again. I'm here for it. Let's go.
And game 6 kickoffs here. And Av just taking his time. July will wait for whatever Av has in store. He goes for the air dribble bomb, gets it. It's in fact a demo play, and Av gets the first goal of this game early on.
Yeah, I've used the air dribble bump early in the first one as well. And then July, of course, got several goals there where he faked it high and then took it low under Av. So it looks like we got more of the same, just a continuation of the first go round. Oh, what a 50. What a 50. Oh, heads up play to bump Av into it. Pull shot style for the save. July now, a little bit of boost. Gonna go for the flick. Av able to get a bumper on it. Av able to clear that one. Doesn't have any boost though. July will get a third crack at this possession. Goes up. Slow reset. Av able to wait on that. Oh, he misses the touch there coming out of the net on the squishy save. Now they have no boost to defend this. That's a great effort by him. So we don't have nearly the scoring we had in the first one. Only one goal here in the first minute. Oh, there's an attempt at a double.
July takes full possession of the ball, goes for a musty flick of his own, and it's bottom right corner.
Wow!
This is for revenge from game number 2. He gets a musty on, now he returns the favor. Says, goodbye, Av, let me do this myself.
That's such a nasty flick. He has no boost. I thought he was going to let the ball go and go grab corner, but he stays on it with 16 boosts. Decides to just rip a musty from midfield. And Av unable to get back to it as he goes for boost. And then Av will get a flick that he can't deflect enough there and go back up by 1. But still, what an incredible musty coming out from July. Av textbook 45 flick here.
And now this game is back in Av's hand. July with the kickoff win, but Av is able to block that shot, and he takes control of the ball. July overcommits for that boost, but gets back in time, takes the ball away, and now he has time with the ball. Early challenges with Av, and Av gets the demo on July, and this ball is now in the possession of Av. Takes it up into the air. Tries to go for another air dribble bomb play on July, and he gets it. He's up by 2.
That's a really heads-up play by Av. And, you know, we couldn't see it from July's perspective, but he had to know that Av was going to rotate back for the demo rather than the save when he won that 50 at the midfield. And he's unable to avoid it. Av able to get the demo, get control of the ball. Then, even though July had respawned, he's still able to air dribble bump him. And then here he'll quickly double off the wall off kickoff and go up 4-1.
This game is starting to get away from July once again, but again, this is once. He has plenty of time to come back and win himself. Maybe he was just playing this all along, who knows? It could be crazy gameplay from here on out. And I'm able to save that one out. And he gets demoed for that effort, and I'm able to score another goal to take the lead up to 4.
Yeah, unlike in the first game where, for the most part, July was able to match him goal for goal, Av just asserting his dominance here in Game 6. Av's trying to just go ahead and end it for his boys so they can call it a night, since they got to come back and do it again tomorrow if they want to take the grand prize. And Av again.
Off the kickoff. He wins that kickoff, waiting for the bounce to bounce back center, and scores once again. July had no boost in the tank, missed all the pads on the way back, and now this game has become very dangerous for July. This is when you think this game could end, but takes the ball back up in the air, gets a reset, gets it over July, gets a Brazil. And we see this game go from one way to another. Now the game has gotten away from July completely. But July still has plenty of time to come back. Will he be able to do it, Tesla?
I mean, even he still has a lot of time. Av is really showing his prowess in 1v1. I just want to say, regardless of score, shout out to both of these players, because the 3 nastiest shots we've seen all night have happened in the 1v1 between July and Av. As July takes that away and quickly taps it into the blue net to cut the lead to 5. It's 7-2 now, Av, with 2:23 remaining. July and Av now, big 50 on the kickoff. It's going to go into the blue half. Av going to grab it with not much boost. July with a lot of boost. Challenges early. He's able to get back to it and hit it in his corner. Sure, he's going to likes to go ahead and take it in the air. Great control here. Gets the reset and goes under. Textbook July play. That's probably the 4th goal between the 2 ones games he's scored in this manner. He even fooled me that time. He took this so high, I was like, for sure he's about to try to do something with it. As soon as he gets the reset, Av commits for the shot, and he just lets the ball fall and bounce under. He'll cut the lead to 4.
And 2 minutes left on the clock. Av trying to do his best here to win this game away. Gets a double touch off his own, takes the lead back up to 5. Off of 2 consecutive goals from July, and this game is starting to look very scary for the terms of Torrent Gelion to win crew battles. Shout out to MLE's first. GG for the raid.
And right here on this, Av able to tap another one in, goes up 9-3. July, it was a much closer game in the first one, but Av here really showing the separation. And you know how it is in one's left. There's a good possibility that July is kind of on tilt now, which will lead you to start overcommitting, because on goal 8, he actually got a really good bump on Av, and somehow Av was able to use a sideways flip and recover like without losing any speed or momentum and get right back on that shot for that double. So if you're July, even things that you're doing successfully are going for the other guys, going in the other team's favor. I mean, we may be just playing out the final 90 seconds here. As Av, he just plays the possession game now, going to take it all the way back to his half, grab the big boost. He takes off out of the corner. Gets 1 touch, goes for the reset, catches it again, lays it just to the corner. Able to get back to that. With just over a minute remaining, Av in total control here in game 6.
A little over a minute left remaining here, and will July has tried to come back with the 7-goal deficit. He just stops his car. Let's have score there. This game is getting to July's head. Av just taking goal after goal against July. Torrent Gelion shows this game mode, knowing what happened in the last one's game, and July just taking to storm and wanted to try to do a revenge, but wasn't able to succeed. July leaves the match, and this game goes to the side of Serenyx Esports, just like that.
Oh, we had someone dip. I didn't even realize. I mean, Heads up, that's a heck of a game from Av. Props to July. You lose the first one by 1, and you're like, man, give me another piece of that. And Av says, don't mind if I do. And definitely asserted his dominance here in this one as he does his best impression of Brian Boitano figure skating. That's a 90s figure skating reference there. Boomer here, sorry. But I'm looking at the bracket here, Lep, and it looks like if both of these teams went out, we could get a rematch of this for the championship. And I kind of want to see it. Not going to lie. It was definitely the closest match of the night.
And Serenyx wins 4-2 in this series. Well done to Serenyx. They move on to the semifinals. Just like that. And we have the bracket for tomorrow's set. The first match tomorrow will be 100x Vagabond versus 100x Knight. Second match tomorrow will be Torrent Gelion versus PDF. Who do you think will come out on top?
Well, I'm kind of hoping the Torrent does because based on the matches I saw tonight, I would like to see. Yeah, I either want to see Torrent or KCG play that. So I'm really rooting for Torrent to win, and then I really don't care who wins the second semifinal. Because I don't know if anyone really has a chance to beat Serenyx. I really thought Torrent did, and when they tied it up at 4, I thought they really had a shot because they seem to have been dominant in the 3v3 portions. But game 5 got away from them in a hurry, and Serenyx just totally flipped the switch.
Yeah, and you said it as well, a long night now all but over. We had 4 matches today, unfortunately no Game 7 here. I know you were looking forward to it, Tesla. But no Game 7s, unfortunately, but a lot of great matches. And you guys mentioned as well, a lot of good matches tomorrow. You said it about this in the bracket as well, that our first match is going to be pretty interesting, Knight versus Vagabond. You mentioned Torrent in portable document format. We also mentioned Serenyx, Esports, and KCG Chaos both getting that spot in the semifinals. Lepid, today's been a day of, matches where the favorites have all won. Do you see the possibility of upsets tomorrow's?
The biggest upset I could possibly see coming out from tomorrow would be Torrent Gelion and 100x Vagabond trying to rehearse that group stage performance, winning against 100x Knight, but we will only see that tomorrow. I cannot wait, and we will see what happens.
Yeah, definitely as well. You said it's been a long day of action. Tomorrow we'll have the last 5 matches in this bracket, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, with Vagabond and Knights. And, I mean, we got 6 teams left. There's 6 great teams left here. Looking at the, teams left over here, and looking at the match that we had today here, if there was a match, Tesla, that you could say was the match of the day, what match do you think people should really focus on as being the result that might be, important for tomorrow's matches?
Oh, if somebody didn't get to catch the whole thing and just wants to watch the highlights or catch the best match in the VOD, I gotta say that the last one, the first 2 3v3 games between Serenyx and Torrent were probably the closest 2 matches in any play mode between any of the teams this evening. Like solid defense in both of the first 2. I think the most goals that were scored in one of those was 3. The first one was 1-0 until 6 seconds left. Torrent, I feel like a lot of chat and the casters felt like Serenyx was going to sweep that last one. Torrent held their own and was able to make it a best of 3 at the end before. I'm not really sure where Serenyx found that last gear based on what we saw in the first 4 games, but shout out to them. They played their tails off, and so they won't have to play in the first round tomorrow, and they'll be 1 win away from the grand final.
Yeah, you said it as well, and I mean, with the 6 teams that are left over, is there any one team I think that you think should be the team to beat anymore? Is it still Chaos, who's the top team here? I think many people consider them the top team here. Or do you think another team now is looking even better than what than maybe anybody else here in this is top 6?
Well, after the KCG played immediately, I thought they would be tough to beat. But after watching that last one, I'm not really sure if anyone can take down Serenyx. Like Torrent did a really good job, but that's a solid squad. Serenyx is. They seem to have a play style that they go to, and you saw it in all the threes games. They all had like defined roles, and again, when you play together a lot, they knew where they were going to be, and you could tell it was a lot of trust in the third man while I go grab booster, get a bump. So Serenyx looks really good. I would say, in my opinion, they may be the favorite at this point, but KCG will not roll over.
Yeah, of course. And Lepid, do you have a team that you think that should be the team to, watch out for if you're anybody else playing in this bracket? What do you think is a team that's kind of miles ahead of everybody else, if there's a team that is miles ahead?
Honestly, it's either Serenyx Esports or X Knight. If X Knight shows up with their full roster, that could be very dangerous for any team going into it.
Yeah, and I know for a fact Knight's likely to play that full roster tomorrow. The nice thing is, as well, these teams are all going to have warm-up. A lot of the top seeds tonight didn't have the warm-ups that they wanted. A lot of them had one-from players playing, so tomorrow's going to be scary. Tomorrow's going to be great. Again, join us tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for our first of 5 matches to crown a champion here that goes on joining the Sun Tournament Series Paradise Cup 3 Ultimate Division Day 1 of the championship. Again, shout out to our sponsors in Team Evo, Split FC, and Kyle G, as well as the Ascend Tournament Series as a whole. If you want to sign up for ATS Season 5, exclamation Discord, or show up, or go to our social media page at ATS_RL on X to join the Discord. You have 1 day left to sign up. Sign-up's close tomorrow night, so if you want us to join in for Season 5 for even more action like this, you'll get to see it, but you have the time to be there. But for now, from myself, Lepid, WaTesla, Maxine, who isn't here on the desk with us right now, thank you so much for joining the Ascend Tournament Series Paradise Cup 3. This is Day 1. See you again tomorrow, Day 2, at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. But for now, take care. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow when we crown a champion.